Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Eaton Grange estate. We are on our third to last episode, and none of us are ready for the end to come our way. But will we find out who Arthur likes? I don't know. Will anyone find happiness? I don't know. Will Grace and Ivy leave? Will Chauncey publish more articles? I suppose you'll have to wait to find out. But before we get the show on the road, of course, I have some announcements and reminders for you. First and foremost, we would like to thank our sponsor. Thank you, Roll20, for sponsoring this episode. We super duper appreciate it. If you have not used Roll20 before, we highly recommend it. It is a great way to play online with your friends. It's how we do all of our dice rolls and maps and all the cool little macros and things we do on our Thursday Ascension show. And you don't just have to play dice games. You can play card games or board games. You can kind of use it as like your virtual station for, collaboration, which is really, really fun. And you can even make your own custom sheets. So if you want to test out your own game, it's a great way to do so. And of course, if you'd like to support us and you'd like to see more shows like this, or potentially, a season 2 or something of that sort, you can head on over to our Patreon, which is our Roll For It Patreon. And of course, over there we have a whole bunch of rewards. Not only are you supporting our cast, but you also get fun stuff in return. This month we also have our monthly recap that is coming out. MP name submissions. So if you don't want, to name an NPC that will live or potentially die or become a horse named Greg, pop some names over there for us. And of course, we have our new letters every Friday from our Eaton Grange estate members, which are always filled with juicy tidbits. And we still have some that have not been read, so don't spoil anything for us. There are some spicy ones in there. And of course, we know that not everyone can support us in monetary means. So if you can't support us through Patreon, Twitch, or YouTube by becoming a sub or a member over there and getting access to our private Discord, you can also come watch us live on Twitch, make clips, because you can only do those while we're live. I do feature those clips on our YouTube channel. I just did a little montage of them, so thank you all if you saw our pre-show tweet. And of course, you can go watch us over on YouTube, subscribe, like, comment over there, as well as follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Like, share, and retweet and comment over there. Likely right now, there is a tweet. And a Facebook post. Maybe click the buttons. And with that, I will hand it over to our lovely facilitator, Haley, aka Storybrewers, to take us on the journey that is episode 10.
Back for
And you
episode 10.
Muted. You got it. You're good.
That's okay. I'm audible.
A little quiet, but audible.
One.
Yes.
Step 1 for success.
It was working fine during the pre-show.
Okay. Hopefully, I'm loud enough to be heard. Yes. Good. So we are going to begin our episode today with the end of the Servants' Ball. As you might remember from a last session, we left it just before the final dance. But before we get there, we are, as always, playing a Good Society, a Jane Austen role-playing game where you create a Jane Austen-style story collaboratively with your friends. And in particular, we are playing Downstairs at the Abbey, which is the upstairs-downstairs expansion for telling stories just like this one. And so we had 2 episodes just that featured the upstairs cast and then the downstairs cast. In the upstairs episode, everyone went to the theater where a number of unexpected things took place, but Victor's play, thankfully, did not show. Unfortunately, the soon-to-be Duke also punched a playwright in the theater. So that was like the drawback of the evening. So all of that has happened. And just now everyone has arrived back at the Eaton Grange estate. Meanwhile, downstairs, the servants' ball continues to rage and is just leading into the final dance. But I did want to start with upstairs as Lady Lydia and Lord Victor and the children have arrived back in the household. do we think that Arthur, having finished writing his apology, goes to find Lydia, or Lydia goes to check on Arthur?
I think Lydia probably goes to check on Arthur. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me.
All right. She kind of knocks on your door.
Come in.
She opens it, and someone else is standing there because, she can't be alone with you. Are you all right, Arthur?
Feeling lots of regret, but...
What happened?
A person who frankly deserved what they got what they got, but perhaps it wasn't my brightest moment. It should not have been me to have done so. I lost my head.
I've never seen you do anything like that before.
I haven't done anything like that since I was a kid.
So you have? You have a temper then?
I wouldn't put it that way.
And do you think this is how problems should be solved?
No. No, I do not.
Then why?
Because it was the only thing that my mind could comprehend doing to protect Victor from himself and protect your family from the play that he did right.
I had the situation under control, and there was no punching needed.
Yes.
Arthur, you will find that your influence, if you choose to become Duke, has a lot more power than your fist.
I am aware of that.
And every word you say will be analyzed.
And every action I take as well, I know.
Very much so. Tenfold.
For the first time in my life, I think the pressure of everything to be coming my way has finally gotten to me, and there's no excuse for that, and of all the people that I need to apologize for, the one that I didn't write in my apology is you.
What would you have to apologize to me for?
For acting outside of myself. When you found a better way.
Well, to be fair, you probably didn't know because you ran off.
I certainly found out after the fact, though.
Yes. I was fearful that the two of you might light the building down.
In my panic, maybe that could have happened, but
Oh,
it was
Arthur.
not the thought that I had in mind.
I hope not.
I have a lot to learn.
Yes, and Mother can cover for you, but not for everything.
I'm aware. It's time I truly take my teachings to heart for my own self-interest to some extent, as opposed to that of being a mister and doing what I could to protect your name.
I don't think you have to worry about our name, but yours. Especially if there is a history there that neither of us is quite aware of. Did Mother tell you the details?
Yes. Before
Then
the...
what is the problem?
Well, the Duke did everything that they could to try and make it so that I would not be the one receiving such an inheritance or this title. It seems my mother and father distanced themselves from the family, and the family saw them as outcasts. For what I can only imagine from what I know was because of their choice of love and kindness over duty.
You see Lydia kind of collapse a little bit in her posture, and then quickly gather herself again. It is like Mother always says. Who you marry is beyond just your feelings.
But they should be accounted for at the very least. The one thing that I have from my parents I recently found.
What is that?
He'll walk to his closet and pull out the coat that the only item that he has from his father. This was what I was found in when I came ashore. And when I found out about the inheritance, I stared at it for a while and put it on for the first time since that fateful night. Never let anyone touch this. But there was a stone in the pocket, and around it was wrapped a note from my parents. I don't know what was in there, or how long it was in there, or when they put it there, but it was very, very meaningful to me.
Words can mean a lot to people.
Do you want to know what it said?
That is for you to decide if I am worthy of knowing.
I think you're the only person right now that I would choose to share this with.
I won't lie, I am curious.
I did send off the letter itself, but they're burned into my mind. No matter what it is people say or where it is we might be, we will always love you. Live your life true to who you are and who you want to be always and forever. Follow your heart just as we have. All of our love, Mom and Dad.
That sounds lovely.
It's the only words that I can think have ever been said to me from them, at least that I can recall. So you see, I can't discount my heart.
I understand
That's the
that.
best way to honor them.
And you will do what you must. And Lydia's thinking back to the garden and the words that were exchanged between them about Victor.
I do remember you talking to me of confusion and how you were perplexed by me.
Well,
I think soon
yes.
enough I'll be ready to share fully what it is in my heart.
Well, until then, what is your plan? I hope it's not punching anyone else.
No, but there is a ball tonight that I would like to crash.
The servants' ball.
Yes, if they'll still have me after the incidents of earlier.
I'm certain they would be ecstatic for you to attend their ball.
I do think you should come with. It's less
Why?
about duty and more about fun.
I fear they would find it less fun if I was there.
Only if you would force them to feel that way.
And how should I not make them feel that way?
Be
I fear that my
yourself.
presence alone would make them feel that way.
No, just simply be yourself. just as you are with Ivy.
I'm not truly myself around here. And how would you know my conversations with Ivy? You two have been spending an awfully lot of time together.
I've merely conversed with Ivy with regards to making sure that I am not causing more problems for you.
Lydia's thinking about who her mother's spy could be. And she just smiles at Arthur.
So, may I have this dance?
I suppose you may. And she'll walk with him. And the person who's like standing in the doorway just watching us, I think she says, "Are you coming with as well?"
Yeah, absolutely. They've just been called out of the bowl to just stand there next to you, and they're like eating half a sandwich that they had been eating at the bowl, and just like that had been shoved behind their back and just making their way back. Meanwhile, what does Victor do when he arrives home?
Oh, that's a toughie. I think Victor would just kind of be walking aimlessly and might run into someone. Maybe I'm thinking Chauncey.
I like that.
Yeah, so this is still just a super confirmed, like late into the Serpent's Ball?
Yes, this is late into the Severance.
Right
Ball.
before the last dance.
It's the break before the last dance, and someone is playing a mighty tune on the fiddle to pass the time before the last dance begins, and Victor can hear the music kind of like swell its way out of the hall, and the sounds of chatter and laughter and glasses and footsteps.
Okay. So yeah, sure, you hear footsteps, but it's more of like sloppy stumbling steps as Chauncey is trying to Chauncey's upstairs. Victor, are you downstairs in the servants area or upstairs in your place?
I think he'd be upstairs.
Even better. So Chauncey's wandering around up here. Who knows why? Not working for you right now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, very, very close to your mother's chambers. Just, yeah, kind of like holding onto the wall for stability. Oh, Lord. Victor, that's you. Wow. Your boots are magnificent.
I'm glad you think so.
Magnificent. How did you get them to be so puffy?
You're having a very good time, it appears, Chauncey.
The servant's ball's been excellent. It's been dramatic. It turns out fur coats, when they look like your friend's pets, don't really have the same effect when you're trying to I thought I was gonna throw up. No, when you're trying to intimidate them, and instead I think I just scared the shit out of him. Can you believe that? Ash was scared shitless. I mean, not really. He said it was anxiety. Oh, hold on. No, we're good. We're good.
Hold it in.
Mm-hmm.
It helps if you clench your fists.
Mm.
I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you attempting to intimidate Ash?
What? Because I need the position. I need to be I need to be your valet. Clearly. I was excellent. I mean, I caused nothing but trouble, but I was working through something and I took it out on you. Did I tell you how I almost ruined your life? I'm sure I mentioned it.
Well, you would be in stiff competition, seeing that I am quite wonderful at ruining my own life, but I would love to hear the story.
Oh, yeah. Well, could I sit down? Everything is spinning a little.
Here, I think if Chauncey would allow, Victor would take him by the shoulder and kind of ease them to like a sitting area.
Okay. The walls are still. We have so much art on these walls. The painting, the wallpaper. It's What was I was telling you about the time that
Ruining
I almost
my
ruined
life.
your life.
Yes.
Victor. I had a lot of anger that I wasn't really working through. And you know what anger does? It means you get angry at other people. And I was jealous of you. I really wanted to be everything that you had. You had freedom, you had passion and creativity. So I did like any rational person would do and try to suck up to you, acquire the ire of your mother. Your mother is terrifying. The Countess,
very much so.
you make eye contact with her and it's like ice in your bones, in your blood, everywhere.
Straight to the soul, really.
Yep, wherever that is. Yes. But I made a pact with her. I've made a pact with your mother to tell her lies about you, to tell her truths about you, but what's the truth out of my mouth? I don't know what those are, but wow, she was demanding. She just wanted to know every single one of your movements. Everything, Victor. It was hard. Let me tell you, and like slaps you on the shoulder. It was hard.
I think Victor is like laughing, like right along with Chauncey. Just please go on.
And then he more or less divulges like the meeting with the Countess, the letters between the two of them, meeting her like early in the morning, sprinkled in with like stories of like how scared he was every single time in her presence. Like one time he could feel his ankles shaking in his boots. Another time he couldn't get the hairs on his arms to stand down.
Resolve token that they don't remember having this conversation with Victor later.
I'll take it. I will take it.
Oh, this spicy.
Oh no.
I think the Victor would go, what do you want, Chauncey? Like, what do you want out of life?
Oh, I think I answered that today. I think Ivy asked me, what do I want? I want to be remembered. I want my words to be remembered. I don't want my face or who I was or even my actions. My actions have been awful. Turns out when you don't think of anyone but yourself, it doesn't look good. Does not look good. But I want to be remembered. I want my words to be historical. That's not asking a lot. Oh, I think I have hiccups.
No, I don't think that it is.
This is fine.
I'm also passionate about my writing or about writing.
I looked up to you, but that turned into a bit of a rivalry. Kind of how like I treated Ash. Oh gosh, these hiccups. Oh.
I also have a rival and they almost ruined my... I think I've had quite a few people trying to ruin my life. They got the closest.
Who? Can I hear? I would love to know.
Pathos, really just horrid playwright, just a talentless hack. Just
I grew up with, they were my best friend. We used to kick rocks. Then Ivy taught us how to throw them, but we had a good friendship.
I truly hope that you didn't heed any advice from them in regards to the written word.
Maybe? Do I have my my books in my chambers? Could you show me some of your writing skills? Like, am I overstepping? I think I'm overstepping. Are my shoes on? Yeah, can I overstep boundaries if my shoes are still on?
Probably, but I think I need someone to overstep tonight. And I think Victor's gonna walk off to his desk and come back with a play that they've been writing.
To read? What do I... I've never been... This is gold. Like gold, but in paper.
I haven't quite been able to think of an ending.
Oh.
Can you?
You trust me? Didn't I just say, I think I ruined your socks, your walls. I ruined your life.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's... Did I say I'm I'm sorry, Victor. I am very sorry. I Oh gosh, what did I say? I'm very sorry.
Chauncey, no crime you've committed.
Is lying a crime?
I
Hiding your friend stealing a crime? Oh, I can tell, but is it crime? Should I talk about all my crimes?
Is this what it's like for Mother to talk to me?
Is that I don't get that. Okay,
Nothing.
I have to go lay down though.
Yes.
Is that oh gosh, I'm upstairs. Why am I up? Oh.
You're overstepping, remember?
Overstepping. Right. I'm gonna thank you. And like he looks at the manuscript. I'm just gonna tuck that in and like puts it in his shirt. Okay, yeah, gotta go.
One last thing.
Mm-hmm.
Consider Ivy. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, totally. I'll consider. Oh, I've got to walk. And Chauncey stumbles away.
He's just watching it, smiling and going, oh man, that must be what it's like to talk to me.
The drunkenness and everything. It's like, I'm just like, oh, this conversation's so good.
Meanwhile, Lydia and Arthur make their way into the servants' ball, where they don't immediately attract as much attention as they might think that they would, because the night is extremely underway, as we have seen, and Chauncey's not the only one who is several into their cups, and so the people who are like, closest to the door sort of like give them like a little bow and then kind of raise their cups. But most of the people are busy arranging their last dance and haven't paid too much attention to who is leaving or entering at this point, because the final dance of the ball, everyone knows this is the most fun one. This is the biggest one. Like there's a section where everyone has to like move in like a specific pattern around the room, and then there's a couples bit where everyone like lines up and you kind of like go through get your turn to go through the middle of everybody. Like it's a whole thing. So everyone's really trying to make sure they have a partner for this last dance. Do we want to see do we want to see anything for Arthur and Lydia before the last dance begins?
And did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was going to draw attention to us.
Oh no. What are you gonna do?
So he's gonna grab a glass, grab a cup, and do the I'm about to give a toast dinging on the glass.
Mm-hmm. Everyone looks over. Someone yells, "Hey, it's the new Duke!" They're very drunk.
Good evening, you all. This occasion is long overdue for each one of you. You've worked very hard and very diligently at this house for a while. Many of you overworked in many occasions. But we have come simply to celebrate you tonight and all that you have given us, and as much as we appreciate you. So, to all of you, may you have a wonderful evening.
And I think someone says, any words from the lady of the house for any words from the next countess? And they're looking, and people tend to look at Lydia.
Lydia feels the pressure, but she stands forward and says, "No amount of words could thank you for what you do. Suppose we should just have fun, shall we?" And she looks at Arthur when she says that and clinks glasses with him.
And
he'll offer his arm to make their way to the dance floor.
Yeah, and everyone like moves over to give them the like top spot on the dance floor.
And Arthur would insist, no, we're fine where we are. You can lead.
Yeah, no, everyone ignores that.
We end up in the front, even though we're in the middle of the ballroom,
you end
the
up
floor.
in the front. Yeah. And yeah, so the last dance kicks off of the evening. This is the dance that Ivy and Ash are sharing, right?
I'm thinking so. It would probably be the last dance.
Yeah.
I want to hear their conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Let's cut over to them maybe like a couple of moments before the dance begins, because again, this is not a dance that you can talk during.
Have Arthur and Lydia already gotten here before we start talking?
Up to you. It depends if you want to see anything before that, or you're happy to take the conversation from the end of the toast.
I think after, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Les? Okay. What are they doing down here?
It's a nice surprise, I guess. It's nice to see the upstairs celebrating us downstairs.
Yes, but we're all a little inebriated.
Maybe they're inebriated.
I'm going to look. I'm going to try to see. Do they seem inebriated at all? No. Hey, maybe.
Who's to say they haven't had one or two drinks?
True. Ivy's like kind of swaying. She's got the little bit of had a couple drinks, so everything's moving a little bit.
I hope my attire is fitting for this. I know my good clothes got a little ruffled up from the mud.
You had a backup though, which is quite impressive. On the fly?
Lord Victor, I guess, hooked me up.
Also, is Mr. Elwood okay?
Mr. Elwood, he should be good. He is locked in the room and should not cause any more mischief. Sorry.
Oh. For the dance, I know when we've been serving the bowls, I've tried to study how they do this, so I'm hoping I don't have 2 left feet.
I have 3 right feet.
Maybe it will mostly even out then?
I can only hope, because I am terrible at this.
Well, then we'll be terrible together.
After you, my lady.
Make our way to the dance floor.
So the dance stands up. It's really fun. Like, and this is the one that like almost every person and like even the people who don't dance are gonna dance this dance because it's better if you have more people.
Can I use another resolve token?
Yeah, go ahead.
Resolve token for Arthur to recognize Ivy's dancing.
Oh, sheesh.
That would go to you, Ivy. So it's kind of up to you.
Yeah, that's for Katie to decide.
That's true. I was going to say I would accept if there was a certain thing, but that's up to Katie.
I feel like maybe there's like an inkling of like, hey, that seems like a similar way that I danced with someone a couple nights before. But I also like the idea of Arthur seeing Ash and Ivy dancing together. So I accept the resolve token.
You've got a lot of them, so
yeah, I know.
I'm sure
I can start using
I'll
them.
get some in return.
For this dance, is it common for partners to have switched throughout the dance? Because you said it's less formal.
Yes, there's a section in the middle where everyone switches and then they go all the way around and they end up where they started.
I would like to use a resolve token for Arthur and Ivy to end up partnered up, and that be a particular moment.
I don't know who accepts that, but I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, sure.
I think you can just disappear that one. But
Okay.
I would add that they probably won't get much ability to talk because they will both be very out of breath by the time this happens.
Like full on cardio.
That's fine.
Okay, good.
Full on cardio. CrossFit buff dances.
So the dance, yes, the dance starts. Everyone is here except Mrs. Crow. Unfortunately, her hip does not allow for the jumping section.
Well, didn't Mrs. Crow and friend say that they weren't going to do the last dance specifically?
They did the second last dance.
They did the second to last dance together.
So their dance is already come and gone. And the first section of the dance is like just the normal part in pairs of stepping and clapping. And then the second section of the dance is the one where everybody switches up and then ends up back where they started. There's like the moment you wanted to see during that dance, Arthur. Is there something you wanted to do? Sorry, Tyler, is there something you wanted to describe for Arthur?
I mean, seeing as he already saw Ivy dancing with Ash, I imagine at this moment he's going to see Ivy's eyes.
That's
along
what I
with
was gonna
that
say.
dancing, and the dots are starting to connect in his head.
Okay, good. And I feel like it's really brief. Like it's like probably like 20 seconds per person because you rotate around. So they come up, they pair around. And the other side of this is that at some point during this dance, Grace and Lydia also end up partnered for 20 seconds or so when the dance is rotating around as well. And then everyone rotates back around, ends up back to where they started with. And then the last section of the dance is the one where everyone lines up and everyone takes turns to go through the middle while the others are dancing. And then there's like a big finish where everyone does like a coordinated couple move, and then it ends with like a flourish from the orchestra, and that's kind of like the end of the dancing for the night. And everyone finishes on that like feeling of elation and like vivaciousness, and just like when you've just done a dance and you put a lot of energy and effort into it, and everyone is out of breath because this is like the most intense dance of the evening. So everyone's just standing there panting, looking very pleased with themselves.
I think Ivy would look over at Arthur, because even though it was a brief thing, I don't know, would I be able to tell on your face that you had a realization, like if our eyes met?
You would be able to tell he was thinking. He would avoid meeting your eye, which is unusual for him.
Okay. Being a little inebriated, I think I'd notice that, but also just maybe, the elation of the moment is also taking over.
I really hate to interrupt. That's gonna be a young monologue token for Arthur.
Thank you. I was like, who can I ask to play a monologue token? Because I'm not ready to use mine.
Ivy's eyes. They're familiar, let alone her dancing. No. Could it be the woman in the red dress, Eleanor, from the ball? Would Ivy be as so bold? And how would she have gotten help? There's only one person that I can imagine that would be capable of this. Victor. But why? Of all things, why? It is interesting seeing her in a different light than I already saw her before, but to use the name Eleanor, that's... Am I being toyed with? Am I a pawn again? And who would be the one playing the games, as it's not the Countess this time? Yet it did draw my eye.
At this point in the evening, people are sort of just like, things are starting to wrap up. People are preparing for the end of the evening. We had a couple of moments we possibly wanted to see for Arthur during this. Tyler, do you have one that you feel like would make sense for right now?
I think right now, finding Chauncey would be the one he's going for right now.
Okay. I'm trying to think. I mean, everybody comes back for the final dance. Chauncey, however, couldn't really dance it, so he was sitting on one of those chairs, maybe near Jeffrey George, if that fool didn't dance.
He danced. The only person who didn't dance was Mrs. Crow, so he would be awkwardly sitting next to Mrs. Crow.
Yeah, trying to keep it together. Maybe head in hands, rocking a little bit, but trying to pretend to rock to the music and ignoring anything Mrs. Crow is saying.
Mrs. Crow, Chauncey. Too tired for the last dance?
Oh, you know how it is when you have hips like mine. They just don't quite land, they don't quite stick all the landings.
Perhaps a young gentleman like Chauncey would have been able to help you with that.
My apologies, Miss Crow. I didn't think. Nonsense, dear. You know I was more than happy to sit here. Your presence is delightful.
And I think at that point, Tom comes over and is like, Mrs. Crow, we better start organizing the things.
Oh, yes. Help me up, please.
He will help her up. And there's like, even if they're going to like start sorting things and telling people to move stuff, there's still a sense of like, two people like walking together, like that they're kind of
pretty close. Their shoulders brush every now and then. Mr. Beddington, are you in the right place?
I'm exactly where I mean to be at this very moment, and the timing could not be more than perfect.
Okay, I just going to warn you. I drank a lot.
Perfect.
And I ate something that like it was coming out of a fountain and it was yellow, orange.
Fondue.
Oh, it was horrible, but I ate so much of it. So much. Well, do you want some fondue?
No.
Don't tell Ash. Do not tell Ash that I ate any of it. I had to make sure he wasn't looking for the entire night. Every time I snuck some fondue, he could not see me.
Chauncey. You're one for words.
Yeah.
But for now, I want you to listen to me.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Beddington, sir. Hold on, I gotta get back into. Oh gosh, I'm a mess. Okay, I'm ready.
Arthur's gonna take a seat next to you and say, Ivy.
Yeah?
Quite a beautiful individual, is she not?
She's, got good genetics.
You've known her for a long time, yes?
Forever?
What's the truth of the matter, then?
I'm not very good at reading between the lines. Are you asking... Like, do you want to know her age? Has she not
What are your
revealed that?
feelings with relation to Ivy, Chauncey? Your real feelings.
Mr. Beddington, are you asking me? Is this really happening? Is this a joke? Is Victor around?
This is not a joke, and I am being very serious and forthright with this.
We're friends, like best friends. We talked tonight. I gotta think about. Oh God, I talked to a lot of people. Did I talk to Victor? No, I didn't. I did talk to Ash.
Chauncey, to the point.
One more time. What was the question?
What are your feelings towards Ivy?
Friendship, neutral. I want her to live her dreams. She's got dreams. I didn't really know that. Did you know Ivy has passions and is interested in more than just my well-being? Sounds crazy.
So you're saying her affections for you are not reciprocated?
And like Chauncey leans in like very, very close. How did you know about that?
A man of my stature and openness has a way of knowing things, Chauncey.
Seriously, I thought it was us who got to know everything. How do you even listen? You can't listen to servants. What are your secrets? No, the answer to your question was thinking. Mr. Beddington, I'm so close to the answer. Ivy and I are friends. I forgot the question again. I'm so sorry. You did not come at a good time.
Is there not more to it from your end towards Ivy?
No. 100%. Zero. Are you ready for a story? Do you have time?
Is it about the ball last night?
Oh no, I saw you too. That was...
So it was Ivy.
Oh.
That's gonna take a resolve token.
Ah, shit!
You have a bunch, don't you?
Me?
Yeah.
I have one.
Oh, you've one.
It
Okay.
can
I'll-
also be Tyler who pays for this. I will.
I was gonna say I'll go ahead
Yeah.
and spend a resolve token if I need you to keep that in there.
But Katie has to agree to it.
This feels fitting, so I do
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
That goes to Katie, right? To
It
Ivy?
does.
Yeah.
It would go to-
Giant
yeah, okay.
pile.
I gotta start using these.
Hey,
Thank
you
you,
got all the
Noir.
resolve
Don't you
tokens.
have
Ash has a
tricks now?
ton of Ash
Add a
has
lot.
resolve tokens.
Okay.
Oh my gosh,
One.
power couple right now.
I will allow Victor to pay on account of Noah having so many.
I would like to add one caveat to that if I could. Thing.
Ooh.
I would like the screenplay of the play, the script to fall out of Chauncey's pockets or wherever they're
It's
holding
in
it
his
after,
shirt. He just
after
tucked it
this
in.
conversation is over.
I'm okay with that.
I guess we'll discover what it says at that time. But for now, let's jump back into that scene. Can you repeat what Chauncey just said?
Yeah, I saw the two of you dancing with it. Her in the red dress. That I don't
So-
understand how she got. Do you understand how mad I was? I wasn't jealous. I don't care that you two dance. I just care that I wasn't involved in the plan of stealing a gorgeous dress like that. The fashion, the silhouette was brilliant, and yet I had zero part in that plan. I was offended. How could my best friend neglect me like that? I mean, it's because I rejected. Did you know Ivy liked me for quite some time? I had no idea.
Chauncey.
Yeah, I think you said to listen. I don't know what's point I stopped listening. I'm so.
Honestly, I'm
very
just
sorry,
glad that
Mr.
you
Beddington.
spoke in that moment.
Mm.
But
Oh, okay. Yes.
why would
ready.
somebody who's not jealous get angry and then immediately speak that they're not jealous if they were, in fact, not jealous? Why would
Oh,
that even be a
that's-
thought that came into their mind if they were not jealous?
You said the word jealous a lot. Okay. How would somebody, if they're not jealous, say the word jealous? Do you understand that I was jealous that I was not involved in the plan? I am excellent.
So you were not
at
jealous of the
plotting,
dance?
stealing. No.
Hmm.
I don't care about dancing. I can't write and dance. Do you, Mr. Beddington, you have not taken a single time to talk to me. And then you come down here with your accusations and your unkind
accused-
words.
I have accused you of nothing and treated you with nothing but respect and merely am asking for your insight and thoughts on the matter of you and Ivy.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there was some accusations in there.
Do you not like people?
Huh. Nobody's ever asked me that. And that's probably a good time when they maybe go to scratch their belly and it finally pulls up the last fold of their shirt that had been tucked in. And I feel like it's a nice manuscript of Victor's screenplay falls up, text up. Oh, whoops. Oh
What
gosh.
do we see written on it as it falls?
It's a brand new script called The Mysterious Lady.
That's not mine.
And
I'm
yet
just,
you have it.
it was a gift. I did
Hmm.
talk to Victor. What did I say? Huh.
The mysterious lady.
Yeah, I haven't actually read it. I've been I threw up in one of the vases upstairs. You'll probably be able to know which one tomorrow.
Chauncey, this conversation has been quite enlightening, but I will give you one piece of advice.
Yes, I'm ready.
If you hold any feelings towards somebody that you are discounting for other purposes, don't pull a Victor.
What? Don't write screenplays.
Be honest and
what?
truthful and forthright with your feelings in the moment that they are there, for it will only pain you and hurt you in the future, having lied to those that you care about, especially somebody who you would consider your best friend in Ivy. Ivy has loved you for a long time.
Yeah.
And is somebody that is certainly worthy of somebody who would be there for her. And if that is not you, and you don't reciprocate those feelings,
Not romantically.
then perhaps you need to allow them the opportunity to move on.
I think I talked about that with her tonight. I have to really parse out I have a lot of thoughts. None of them are coming through though, not a single one. I've got a lot to think. I wrote a lot down. I had to go put my book back in my room though because I spilled something on it. But
Do know that Ivy is sought after by others.
Mr. Bennington, you reminded me, I read one of your letters. You are inappropriate at best. So if you're saying that you are seeking after my best friend, I'm not gonna stop you, but maybe don't be so weird about it.
Like
That was
where I
rude.
go.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I gotta pick up these papers. Mr. Beddington, my sincere apologies. I think I'm out of I stepped.
You need some water. You have a good night, Chauncey.
Stepped out of line. Oh, goodbye. Did I step out of line? No, my shoes are still on.
Great. So we'll leave him there with Chauncey continuing to contemplate as Arthur makes his way off.
That was our first conversation. Oh my god.
That was a lot.
That was a mess.
I was not expected to get hit with a
Wow.
string.
Is there anything else we want to see this evening of the Servants' Ball?
Who people want to see the letter.
He needs
But we
to die.
played the letter before.
Yeah. No, I think we knew what was in that letter.
I meant the people who maybe didn't watch that episode.
Right.
I honestly don't know which letter, but I have an idea.
It's the one where you're like telling her all this stuff, but then you were like complimenting how pretty her dress was and stuff.
Yeah.
Real weird, like sus business happening.
And like it was maybe your second letter to her too.
Yeah.
Because the first one was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for calling you Ivy, but may I call you Ivy?"
Yeah.
And then it escalated the next time.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
Mr. Beddington.
So yeah, was there anything else that we wanted to see in this evening, or shall we cut forward to the next day?
Victor and Ivy?
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I was looking at the list.
Yeah, if we want that this evening, I think possibly the framing for that, since Victor sounds like he's upstairs, is like, guess what, Ivy? At the end of the ball, you have to help pack all the stuff away. I mean, everyone has to do this. It takes a lot longer than it normally would because everyone is very intoxicated, and so.
This one, I also find the vase full of sick from Chauncey.
Yeah, good. It's a good moment to find that, isn't it?
Maybe that's when I bump into Victor.
Yeah, I like that.
Ivy?
Lord Victor, how was your evening? Do you know what happened with this?
I can hazard a guess.
I hope you haven't been offended by the smell.
No, it's fine. Let me help.
No. This is not something that you should be doing. I don't think anyone should be doing this.
Exactly why I would like to help, because no one should be doing it, let alone doing it alone.
If you insist, I do need to take it downstairs and wash it.
Allow me that burden, and then you'll have the awful burden of cleaning it. How was your evening?
It was quite good. I'm feeling good tonight.
I'm glad.
How was your evening? I heard about what I heard bits of what happened.
A personal disaster was averted, and I enabled my friend to make a terrible decision that may affect their future. So.
Is it true, or was it just a rumor?
Arthur punched the worst type of human being.
Who? I mean, I've heard a little bit, but
Pathos.
what? My childhood friend, Arthos.
Oh, goodness, you too? Please tell me you didn't take any of their counsel in terms of the written word.
I don't really write. I read mostly, so.
I hope that you weren't subjected to reading their excuse for.
Chauncey and Pathos would do a lot of plays, and I'd have to sit and watch them a lot.
Well, that is something that I would pay to see. Oh, God.
So, Mr. Beddington punched Pathos.
Yes. Directly in their sniveling, conniving face, and it was all at once the most glorious and the most shameful thing that I've ever seen.
Forgive me, I knew that you didn't seem to like each other, but what did they do to create so much animosity? I'm nervous because this is not the person that I knew growing up.
Is Pathos a liar or a cheat or a manipulator? Because that is what they did. I willingly gave up my play slot in the matinee for tonight in hopes of avoiding causing any sort of controversy or stir. I realize now the mistake I made in writing those words, and I figured that I might all at once avoid causing pain to my family whilst also providing a talentless hack opportunity to present themselves in front of more civilized audience, and in return they decided that it'd be best for it to be a double feature so that my play would still be featured.
Well, Pathos left a long time ago to... Perhaps time has changed them. Perhaps I never really knew them. Are you okay with... I mean... In a way, it's a catalyst for what happened this evening.
I'm not okay. But that's no one's problem but my own, and I intend for it to stay that way. If you don't mind my asking, I've found inspiration in the appearance of a Miss Eleanor. Did you happen to hear how her evening went?
I did hear. And Ivy lowers her voice and leans in. There seems to be people talking about it. Did we make a splash?
I've heard rumors myself that she was quite taking. And
I do have a confession, though. I know Chauncey knew it was me.
And so others will know that it was you in time as well. But there'll be no one to prove it. So that is where your security lies.
Perhaps I have a long-lost twin who came in for one evening and then disappeared into the forest.
Your protection is the source of the rumor. I don't think Chauncey even knows the truth of what he speaks at times.
I've been thinking a lot about what you've told me to find my dream. And I think I'm working on that. I'm trying to go after the things that I want, or things that I don't overthink things as much. Do you think that if your show went on tonight, it would have really been such a bad thing? A part of you? We all feel a certain way sometimes, but that was a moment of your life that could have helped maybe others see who you are.
The other side of this travesty, I know now with complete certainty that it was my fear that colored my decisions, not the reality of what would have occurred. And it was only in seeing the strength of my sister that I know this to be true. I don't know what that means.
I like to think everything happens for a reason, even if it's very painful. It'll make sense one day, right?
Perhaps, or at least it'll be part of an interesting story. It's difficult to make heads or tails of this adventure whilst in the midst of it.
Do you want some tea?
Of course.
Tell me about Pathos's play and all the things that are wrong with it.
Oh, I don't even know where to start. I'm lying. Of course I do. The beginning. You see, when you start a story and he just goes into like this large rant about how the structure's off and how the comedic timing is like 4 beats too slow.
And Ivy's thinking back to how Pathos asked her to dinner and is now greatly rethinking that invitation.
In your face!
Or at least needs to have a conversation with Pathos before any sort of date could occur or evening out.
Oh, I think you muted.
I don't know what's going on with my audio technology.
We hear you now, though.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that wraps up our evening.
I think that we wanted a Jeffrey Arthur scene.
That can wait till the next day.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
All right, cool. And then there
I would
was
die for
Arthur
that
Ivy
scene.
after the dance. That was the only two that seemed.
I think Arthur Ivy can wait till the next day as well.
Okay, cool.
Everybody to meet Jeffrey George.
So we are going to go on to reputation. Upstairs, you will need your family background sheet. And you need to check whether your behavior. Think back to both the events of the servants' ball and also the previous session, so the theater session. And for downstairs, as always, it's those same questions of whether you think you have brought scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment in the household, or gone out of your way to protect or restore the household name. And this is just thinking back from today and the last session with the morning and the servants' ball. So have a think, and if anyone upstairs thinks they've gained a tag, perhaps for punching someone, or if anyone downstairs thinks that they met that criteria, let us know.
I've definitely. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go. You go first.
Yeah, I've definitely not done anything good for the household. In fact, bad. What does that mean again?
In terms of the scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment.
Does that mean I get to give a negative tag to who was?
There's somebody upstairs who was affected by that.
Victor? Poor Victor gets all the negative tags.
But I'm not sure that, like, what are you thinking of in particular that would cause this, though?
I mean, I guess specifically since the ball and then after. Let me reconsider, because thank you for putting that into perspective.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there was anything that would bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment to the household in this case.
Yeah, weird. I did a lot of bad shit, but not the worst.
I have a rule question because I used a negative tag to cause the punch that happened. Do I still get a negative tag after using a negative tag?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you that from experience. I've been weighed down by these tags.
I would also like to say that I probably got a positive tag because I did go through the apology sequence.
That's true. I would agree with that. You did act in accordance with society's conventions there, despite considerable hardship in doing so, because making a public apology isn't easy. So I would agree. I think it's probably a positive and a negative tag.
Okay.
I think I got a positive and a negative as well. I think I got a positive in the sense that even though we were having mad troubles with Victor, I handled it in like a proper way.
Yeah.
And I think clever maybe for the tag. And the other one for negative, probably because I'm down in the servants' ball and...
Well, actually, technically, the members of the household are always officially invited to the servants' ball, so you wouldn't get a negative tag just for attending that.
Okay. All right, well then.
Well, my negative tag is dangerous, so.
Uh-oh.
That's a good one.
All right. I have an argument.
I have an argument. It's a good way to start.
For a good tag, in the sense that when things went wrong, Victor did obey his sister to the letter. Okay.
I would give that to you because it is hard in that moment.
I can't think of Ivy doing anything besides like fighting for the box fur coat.
Right? Yeah. I realize,
Yeah.
well, I might have
Who did you like
Um,
savagely talk to last episode? Who was that?
Jeffrey George.
Jeffrey
Okay.
George.
All right, never mind then. I just
Right,
remember that was
though?
one of the clips that I did in the montage today, and I was just like,
Oh, it was so
it was
good.
so much. I was like, yes, Ivy.
Yeah, I don't know if that, I mean, because he's very suspicious. I
Yeah,
don't know
no,
if that, but I
you're
don't
good.
think it leans either,
Because he's not
either way.
upstairs either.
So,
It's
yeah.
Yeah,
not
it doesn't
necessarily inappropriate for you to
impact
talk
the
to him that way.
household.
So yeah, I don't think I did anything too
Egregious.
egregious either way. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. Despite getting Jeffrey George into trouble, ruining part of Ash's night and his outfits, being too honest with Victor and way too honest with Mr. Beddington, I didn't really do anything bad for the overall household. So
Mr. Beddington let someone talk to him like that. And people saw it.
That's a really good point.
That's more on him than on you, though. I think.
Yeah. But like
I
again,
don't think I
that's
really let him, though.
For them.
That said, it doesn't actually
Or
make
them,
any
let
difference
them.
because
yeah.
because you already have a negative tag one, and secondly, you still have humble origins background, but that is about to change.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh.
Yeah. I took my positive, by the way. I took repentant for my
Oh, that's
positive.
perfect.
Interesting.
Nice.
What did you
For-
take, Victor?
I took giving. Hmm?
Excellent.
This man gave Ash everything.
I think in the circumstance, though, that you were saying, like you were more being like obedient or something like that.
That is true. Let's see. I think I was
Because the
just
scenario
going off
wasn't like you
scores.
weren't giving, you were getting.
Yeah, I was getting the F out of there. Let's see. In that
Conforming almost. Like,
Yeah, it could also be something about being restrained because Victor was
Ooh.
like, "I'm gonna go along with it," so it could be something along the lines of like that as well.
I also need to look at the 3 positives tags again. Because I hit 3.
That's on your character roll sheet.
Yeah.
there's like
Yeah, I'll use restrained.
restraint.
Which is like such a funny thing for people to say about Victor, but it was true in that.
It was true, yeah.
Did you hear? Lord Victor did something in a measured and considered manner.
I think it was more like giving up.
Yeah, that's
He was like,
the-
I don't know what to do now.
That's what was going on in Victor's head, but not necessarily what it looked like.
Yeah.
Now it's that meat tag going to work. I gotta start trying to get these negative tags off of me.
Yeah.
I feel so bad because you just keep getting more. All right, what's next? Are we still?
We're just waiting on a positive reputation condition for Arthur. So
Oh.
there's 2 to choose from for the dependent. I feel like you're also going to need to change your character role after this session.
Yeah,
as
that's what
well.
I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. That's okay. We'll handle that in the after show. So actually, it might not be very relevant. Why don't you hold on and do it once you've changed your character role?
I think
Because
that
gonna
makes
make more
sense.
sense.
Yeah. I think that makes sense too.
Pick one from that tree.
From your new character role. So we can enjoy that during the after show, but for now, we are going to go onwards to the next morning. So it was a very, very late night for pretty much every member of the household. And then, unfortunately for the downstairs staff, there is no reprieve. Just because it is the morning after the servants' ball, they still must wake up at the usual time. And Ivy, as always, is one of the first ones up. I think she has like some sort of like, I can imagine she has some very confused dreams after everything that occurred last night.
Probably just a restless night of just, I don't know. She's had a little bit to drink. There's probably a lot of jumbled stuff up there.
Exactly. When she wakes up, she finds that she has got 2 letters waiting for her. The first one is from Ash. Kyle, if you'd like to read that letter.
For sure. To the Honorable Miss Ivy, I cannot say thank you enough for checking in after me after the entire situation with Jeffrey and Mr. Elwood's muddy appearance in the ball. I know I distance myself at times from people or maybe seem only to be open to Tom. But I just want you to know that you made my night. Little things like you helping clean up the hall with Mr. Elwood's footprints or bringing extra towels. That did really brighten my day. At the time, I was flustered. Also, I appreciate you asking my hand to the dance after I got cleaned up. More than you know, it made my heart flutter. I wish you a wonderful night, and I hope you find your happiness. Ash.
Totally unexpected, and Ivy feels her heart flutter a little bit too. Like, oh, this is new. But just feels like, you know, when you blush and the warmth rises in your face a little bit, something like that. Carefully folds it and sits with it for a bit before moving on to the next letter.
This next letter is going to be interesting after the conversation Ivy had last night because it is from Porthos.
Oh, okay.
And it says, it's the postmark says that it was sent this morning, last evening, very late in the night also, and delivered this morning. And it says, Dear Ivy, no doubt you've heard what happened with the new Duke and how he, entirely unprovoked, engaged in most ungentlemanly conduct towards me. I must say, it is appalling to me that such a man is now one of the foremost in our nation, while good people such as yourself are given little credence. No matter, I'm engaged in a new work that will lampoon him and his companions most thoroughly. It shall make you laugh, I promise. I've also half a mind to bring a suit for assault. No doubt I will lose, such as the power of a duke, but it'll be quite a scandalous spectacle, don't you think? With all that well said, I am writing to let you know I have no plans to delay our dinner. I am rather much looking forward to it. I'm not ashamed of sporting a black eye. After all, who can deny a present from a duke? Your friend.
How long has Pathos been away from, you know, doing their play things, I guess?
It's like 8 years or so, but they do come back. They've come back to visit during that time occasionally. Like, it's not the first time you've seen them in 8 years.
Okay. I think there's just a lot going on in Ivy's head right now. Just the lawsuit thing and just, you know, I mean, I don't know. I've been around Arthur probably more at this point than Pathos. And then hearing what they were going to do to Victor, I have a lot of thoughts. And so I kind of hastily like folded up, and my intuition is telling me you need to think about this and maybe reconsider the dinner.
Excellent. So with those letters read, it's time to start the day. Ivy heads into the house and finds the person who has to wake up earliest, which is Chauncey, who is midway through delivering some of the other household mail. Chauncey already has received the note that Ivy left him late last night, and so if you want to read that one.
Dearest Chauncey, I'm glad we had a chance to finally speak freely and plainly at the ball, as it has set my heart and mind at ease. I'm looking forward to our next chapters as friends. I'm so glad you were able to speak to me frankly and tell me how you were thinking about things. Laughing about the applesauce in my hair brought back fond memories, and I'm so glad we can still share a laugh after all these years and all these complexities. I do have something important to tell you. I got a letter from my Aunt Evie recently. I do not think it would be good to tell you through writing, so I wanted to reach out and ask if you would mind meeting me by the river, the one where we used to skip rocks later. Your best friend, Ivy.
Yeah, they kind of like nod their way through. I like to imagine like they read and walk at the same time. While like a face cloth is like a cold cloth is pressed up against their head, because whew, he does not feel good. But yeah, no, and that's folded nicely and placed into one of his pockets.
And what Chauncey has this morning, in addition to delivering mail, is also delivering the copies of the Hartford Herald that the household has. And the most notable thing in the Hartford Herald is an apology written by Arthur. So does Chauncey take a peek at that?
Oh yes, absolutely.
What does it say?
The people of Hartford Village. Last night at the theater, an altercation between myself and Porthos Austin took place in which I acted ungentlemanly. Porthos and I, Arthur Beddington, got into an heated debate during which I foolishly lost my head and escalated into violence that was unbecoming. This action was completely out of character for me, against how I was raised, and I embarrassed myself, the Ward family, and I embarrassed you, the people of this town. It is for this reason I write to you all. First and foremost, I would like to apologize to Porthos. I have already taken to covering your medical care resulting from this altercation of ours, and would like to offer you my deepest apologies for my foolhardy actions. My single forceful strike to your jaw, and especially for rendering you unconscious on the stage in which your play was just performed. I do hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me, and we can move on from this embarrassing moment. I would cordially like to invite you to visit Eaton Grange so that we may make amends as true gentlemen. Secondly, it is my deepest regret that my actions did not solely embarrass myself, but I embarrassed the family who so graciously took me in and raised me as their own, the Ward family. This was not how I was raised, and as such, I have embarrassed each one of you. I acted unbecoming whilst I was attending an event alongside each one of you, and that is unacceptable. So to the Ward family, I would like to extend my apologies. And lastly, to the Crown, and especially to the fine people of Hartford Village. I wish to apologize for the harm I may have caused from my actions yesterday. You deserve better, and I will be better for each and every one of you. This is not who my parents were, this is not the person that I am, and I promise each one of you I will be better. Sincerely, Arthur Beddington.
I feel like maybe Chauncey shows that to Ivy as she's
instantly. I go off track to wherever I was going. Hustle to Ivy. I need stop everything. Read this. Okay. Not that. No, that's a headline. No, that. I mean, it is the headline, but I'll wait.
Okay. Ivy just reads it as quickly as possible, eyes wide open towards Chauncey at the end.
One punch. And then he was knocked unconscious? They were knocked unconscious?
Do you think that the pathos of all people?
Yeah, I think our friend's in a lot of trouble. Like, a lot. And I don't know if I want to do anything about it. But that's neither here nor there. We can talk later. You had to read this. Everybody's gonna be talking about it.
Victor told me a bit about it last night too.
You talked to Victor?
Yes, we found some vomit in a vase.
Oh.
So Victor was helping me clean that.
That's weird and kind of him.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I just, the best way to put it is Pathos seems to be doing some shady things. And I got a letter from them. And I'm going to pull out my letter and give it to Chauncey to read. I'm trying to trust my intuition more. And my stomach sank when I read the letter today.
When we first went to the theater and we met up with them, did you notice? I don't think I've ever really noticed what flirting was until I saw how they were talking to you. It made me uncomfortable, and I thought it was jealousy. I thought it was like, oh, why should somebody flirt with Ivy? I should only be able to flirt with Ivy. But then I realized I'm never flirting, and what they're doing is not good. It just wasn't good.
I just need to stop you there for a second. So only you are allowed to flirt with me. Is that my understanding?
Well, see, that was the problem. That's old Chauncey. I've revisited that.
Where does that come from? That you get upset that other people show an interest in me.
I don't know.
Are we codependent?
I mean, I've never really been without you. I kind of rely on you. I think about you most of the day.
Do you remember our talk last night?
Yes. Did I tell you I talked to Arthur?
You talked to when?
I mean, Mr. Buddington. Last night. I'm trying to remember. I think I yelled at him.
Trying to remember. You yelled
at him.
At Mr. Beddington?
He accused me of something. He wanted to know about our relationship.
Mr. Beddington was asking you about
our relationship. Mm-hmm.
What did he say?
Ooh, oh God, my head.
What did you say?
We're friends, obviously. He got mad at me because I said I wasn't Oh, Ivy. And like Chauncey puts down everything that they were holding, and like puts their hand on your shoulders. Ivy.
Yes.
I have to tell you something.
You're making me very nervous.
I'm sorry. We're still friends, right? Just no matter what I say.
Depends on what you're about to tell me, I think.
Mr. Beddington knows that it was you in the red dress.
And please tell me how he would know that.
Might have come up.
And by that might have come up, does that mean that you said something?
I think
I could lose my job.
I have a plan. I have a plan. If your job is on the line, I have a scapegoat, I think is the word. Yes. It'll be okay.
What was he angry? What came of it?
I think I yelled at him some more.
Why were you yelling at Mr. Beddington?
I do not remember, like at all.
How much did you drink last night?
Trying to have this discussion, like it's busy in the house.
People are moving by us,
walking around, and just walking by, and like I don't think they hear like the very important information about Ivy, but like there's a hustle and bustle in the hallway for sure, and people keep walking past, and they're like, "What are they doing?" And like Tom walks past, and he's just like waving for you to get on with it.
Just one more second. I think it's okay. I think he likes you. Oh God, Ivy! I told him that I read the letter that he wrote to you. I think that's why I yelled. Oh wow!
Why did you yell? He should have been yelling at you because you read someone's letter.
I'm sorry. I should get back to work. We'll talk tonight. Rocks?
Yes, I suppose. But I'll see if I'm still here.
Don't worry.
I might be walking back to my parents' house.
No. I have a plan. Don't you worry. Oh, I need the letters. Okay, I'll see you later.
Don't you think that you shouldn't always have a plan? That it shouldn't just you just don't do these things in the first place?
What? Gotta go.
How much did you drink? And Ivy's just calling out after Chauncey as you're trying to get back to work.
Gosh.
Gets a death glare from Mrs. Crow.
Sorry.
Yes, so Chauncey goes onward to deliver some letters. First off is a letter for Grace, which Chauncey can see is from Percival. As he sort of just goes up to leave it with her. He can hear her reading a story about pirates to the children. And she will open that letter a bit later, but what is in this letter from Percival to Grace? Sorry, you took the glasses on and then the glasses off. They gotta go on.
Okay, they gotta go. I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, is it happening later? Okay. Dearest Grace, I have news. I heard back from London and I've officially been offered the position at one of London's finest papers. I would have my own office right away. I do have to hasten my response, but they have given me some time to think things over and make arrangements. They've even offered to help with some of the moving costs. I will have even more of a significant pay raise than originally expected. I am looking for someone to take over my position at the Herald, weighing my options and who would be the best to fill my shoes, if I made the decision to take it. I do worry it would be foolish for me to not take this plunge, to not dive into this next chapter. A chapter I would love to write with you. This is something that could provide me, or us, a very interesting, fulfilling, and lively future. I know after our last conversation, I promised I would let you know of news, and I felt the rest of the conversation had brought on some trepidation. I wanted to be clear and honest with you. I do love you, Grace, in all the ways, as a friend, as chosen family, and if you wanted, as something more. I realize this is hard for you, but in a world as confusing as ours, I wanted to be clear and have you know that you are loved, because on some occasions, it is easy to forget that we are. Maybe in one of those moments, you will remember my words and feel a warmth when you need it most. You asked me if there was one thing that would turn me away from you. I gave it more thought, as I was unprepared for the thoughts of that. And it had never crossed my mind. The only thing I ask is that you do not lie to me, but more importantly, that you do not lie to yourself. I want you to have happiness, Grace. You have been a wonderful friend to me, and that is something I will cherish forever. I have had so many fabulous moments and laughs with you, and I truly know I will never meet another Grace Clark. Always holding the torch, Percival.
Where do I find a Percival?
Hey.
If you don't want him, Ivy, I'll take him. No. Or
They'll
Grace.
never meet.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, I imagine that as she is every morning, Lydia is on her terrace, and maybe today she's writing a letter. Which one do you think that she's just finishing up as we see her?
Probably the one to Elsie.
Mm-hmm. Want to read that one for us?
All right. Dear Miss Dubois, I extend much gratitude to you for accommodating my last-minute request the other day. Enclosed is detailed information on where you can pick up the agreed-upon payment. Note that I have included a larger sum, as I know that you would lose out on future showings of this play, and as far as I know, it has been fairly successful at other locations. I would also like to provide future aid to the theater as a make-good beyond the payment, due to other happenstances during the evening, none of which were pleasant for your theater nor my family. If there are any repairs, future material needs, or funding required, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. With much gratefulness, Lady Lydia Ward.
I would offer a resolve token if, while Lydia is finishing penning this letter, her mother comes into her room looking to find her and talk to her. And as she's there, she notices that some of the ashes haven't been cleaned out properly. And when she looks at this, she finds some letters that have been burnt.
Yes. But there are no details as to who they are.
There's no details. It's just clear that Lydia has burnt a large number of letters.
Yes. I will allow.
So she sort of she notes this, I think. And then she sort of looks around for Lydia and sees her in the terrace and walks out. How are you doing this morning, my darling?
Mother, you gave me a fright.
I
I'm
didn't
all
mean to
right.
scare you. You've been writing letters.
Yes. Is there something wrong with writing letters? I'm surprised to find you here. Normally you're the one writing letters to me.
No, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. And then I think she will like take the other seat in the terrace. I think you handled things very well last night, my dear. Arthur did not.
Yes, well, I did talk to him about that.
I do worry for him somewhat.
Do you think he has a temper problem?
I don't think that he is generally a person with a problem of that sort, but rather I think he is somewhat impulsive.
Well, Arthur and Victor have something in common then.
In a way.
Although Victor was not impulsive.
No. I still must admit I don't understand the full story. But I'm
Probably
gathering
for the
there was
best,
something
Mother.
in this play that Victor did not want us to see.
Well, sometimes people write things and they regret them.
Will you continue to look out for Arthur in the coming weeks?
Yes. But I do have my limits as well.
Yes. If he is so intent on damaging his own reputation, then we shall all find our limits. But hopefully it won't come to that.
Is it true that the scandal of his family is that they're married?
Yes, that's true.
I still never quite understand it.
Dukedoms are as a station in life high enough to be considered by the crown. What the heir to a dukedom does is even more influential than for a count or for an earl or countess. For us, it is merely a matter of our reputation of our personal family and our influence in Hartford. But for a duke, it is a matter of how the entire nation perceives those who are foremost in the country.
What a burden.
You can imagine what Arthur's family thought about his father marrying someone from a low station who had children before and didn't have the best name to begin with.
But do you think it was all that bad? For his mother and father, if they encourage Arthur to find love over duty, then perhaps it wasn't as risky as you make it out to be.
Every action in life is both a risk and a reward. if you follow the path of station, of repute, then you can be well respected by society. But, Lydia, you know very well that there are certain things you must give up to achieve that. And
I
it is
do.
It is the same if you follow the path of your heart without consideration for your reputation and station. Then, of course, you will give up a lot as well.
I suppose I just wish there was place for both.
There is, darling. That's what your father and myself enjoyed. Did you know he was always the one keeping me out of trouble?
Really?
Yes. There was one time I got into a shouting match with someone before an opera, and he was so appalled at my behavior, he gave them our tickets.
What were you
It was such a
shouting
good job
about?
that they even wrote us afterwards to say how good the opera was. Well, matters of politics, to be honest. There has to be a cautious person and a watchful person in every relationship, and since your father has passed, I have had to temper my own spontaneity and focus on doing what is best for our family.
I understand that. And I think deep down Victor understands as well.
Which brings me to the thing I wanted most to talk to you about.
Oh, and what might that be?
Are you comfortable with the burden that will sit on your shoulders?
Comfortable? I suppose not. Is anyone?
You would be surprised.
I suppose. There is someone out there who likes to be stressed out and relied upon and feel like they're in control. But that's not for everyone. And are those really the people you want in those positions anyway? Tyrant.
Well, I suppose that I'm asking if it is for you, because now Victor has returned, there could be another option.
And what would that mean for me then?
Whatever you thought about your future before Victor's departure, you could resume it if you wanted to. Understand that this is not something that I would decide. As far as I'm concerned, you would be an impeccable countess. In fact, in terms of your outward behavior and the ways that society would think of you, you may do a better job than Victor. But the thing about being countess is it is a title once given that cannot be passed on or revoked. It stays with you for your entire life. So the decision that is made will be consequential in that way for you.
And if Victor were to take the position, would I be able to marry whoever I wanted?
Within reason, yes.
And what do you find is within reason?
You know that there are still some considerations of reputation to bear in mind. I would hope, knowing you, that you would not consider anyone who was not of good character, respectable. and so far below our station to cause scandal.
Right.
I could not approve of you. I trust your good judgment.
Well, I have a lot to think about then. When should I have my answer by?
There is no rush. When you're ready, you can tell me. Lydia, your
Yes.
questions do betray. You do have a second suitor, don't you?
If somebody has a
Probably more
resolve
than-
token they want to play in this scene.
I will use my resolve token.
Yes! Bless
Everyone
you!
wants to use the. I see everyone's hands up.
Or do you mean resolve token? Which one are we talking about here?
I was going to use a monologue token on Lydia.
Monologue token.
But-
Yes.
What were you going to use the resolve token for? I was waiting for the conversation to be over before I said monologue.
Sorry.
You're good.
Oh,
I
if you're
shall
going to
wait.
use a monologue token, I do have one more thing that the Countess is going to add that I think
Ooh.
may.
Yeah,
help
that's why I was
inform the-
waiting.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite done with the conversation. Ash, what was it that you wanted to use yours? Or Kyle?
No, I was just gonna pick up where B was gonna suggest. But yeah, I can wait.
B, were you trying to suggest a resolve token or a monologue token?
Resolve token, because
And
I want the Countess to find something incriminating. It doesn't have to point towards Grace, but just like some physical evidence of somebody else. And I don't know what that would look like.
We already have
believe
that
that's
in the
what the
scene.
I
letter-
believe
That's
the
literally what's
letters,
happening right
yeah.
now is
Yeah.
the letter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect
Yeah.
then.
Was that what you wanted, Ash? Or what did you want, Kyle?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I was just gonna. I was eager to use my token, so yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
No.
No one has to use their token. It's already in play. You're welcome.
The chaos has already occurred.
Yeah. My fault
I-
for ripping them up.
I did have one thing that I want to use the token for,
Yes, please.
which is I wanted our mother to recognize the ring from Grace. I don't know if that's possible.
Ooh,
Ooh, I don't have it.
I
Grace
thought you
has
gave
it.
it back.
No,
yeah.
you do have it. Remember, she gave
Oh,
it to
yeah.
you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
she
Oh,
did.
right, when you were all
I'm wearing
confused.
it. That's right.
Yeah, you
That's
are
kind
wearing
of-
it.
That's true.
Can we
I am
make-
wearing it.
That's so perfect. Use Ash's token though.
Yeah.
That's a big one, though. Like, I think Margaret, you get to consider whether you would like
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm fine with
Yeah.
her noticing the ring. I mean, it's not on her ring finger, but it is on my finger. On the other hand.
I think, but that was the token was for her to connect that to Grace specifically, or just to
Yeah,
see that-
I
Connection,
wanted
think.
Oh.
I wanted her to recognize the ring from Grace. I don't know why, but I kind of get the feeling that the Countess is the kind of person that recognizes jewelry, like always
But Grace
kind
had
of
it hidden, right? Underneath. Do you think that?
It's more about whether or not we want this to happen in the story, and less about
Mm.
what the practicalities of it are. I think.
I think I'm fine with her seeing it, but maybe not knowing where it came from. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with that. I
Like,
think
she
we're not
knows.
ready for that one yet.
Mhm.
We still
We're
got
getting
two
there,
more,
though.
2 more sessions to go. We're getting closer. But yes, no, she's seen the letters, she's seen the ring, and so she does say, "You do have a second suitor, don't you?"
Perhaps.
All right. Well, I will let you make a decision. You can inform me what you have decided. By the way, one of the staff downstairs told me that Harmonia was stealing letters. Do you think she would do anything like that?
Harmonia, stealing letters.
Yeah.
For what
sounds
purpose?
Not particularly credible to me either. No purpose was given.
Did you talk to Harmonia about this? Letter
Well, she's
thievery.
hardly going to admit to it if it is true. And if it isn't true, then I didn't want to worry her.
I didn't see her stealing the letters. She does have father's journal.
Good.
It wasn't
Okay.
stolen. It was passed on.
I shall continue to investigate. Although with Miss Clark resigning, I am going to need to find someone else reliable very soon.
Miss Clark is resigning.
Yes, she sent in her notice just yesterday, actually.
What was her... Where is she going?
It didn't say in the letter. She did ask for a good reference, though, so I'm gathering she is looking for perhaps another tutoring position?
But isn't her tutoring position here good enough? Are we not paying her well?
We are paying her very well. I have been running this household for a long time, and I have found that no matter how hard one tries to retain staff, they will get it in their head eventually that there is something else that they would like to do, that they'd like to see the world or, pursue something or perhaps get married. I cannot say, but she has
Wouldn't that
agreed
be
to stay
nice?
until a suitable replacement has been found, so I can at least give her credit for that. And provided Harmonia is not stealing letters under her watch, I have it in mind to give her a good reference.
I think she would speak up if she were to see Harmonia stealing letters.
All right. I'll leave you to your own letter writing.
And monologue token.
Right. She acts like I have a choice. Like, I can just pick the suitor I want. But I can't. The status. What does that mean? Why does it mean something? Just to be born? I didn't earn this. Victor didn't earn it. We were just born here, into this place. And now I have to decide whether I want it. And I suppose that's the decision after all, isn't it? But if I follow what could possibly be, I could hurt everyone else in my wake. And if I don't, then what? She kind of watches her mother open and close the door. What happens if I become like her? Sad and bitter. She makes it seem so easy. But I wonder what she really thinks about this. I know she just wants the best for us, but what is better? Is it better to be here or to find love? I think that's kind of where she leaves off, and she kind of grabs her ink and begins writing a letter. You're muted, I think, Haley.
Aw, heck.
Perhaps a letter to her father.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Do you want to let us know what she wrote there as well?
Yeah, sure. Dearest father, you remember that swing set down by the pond? The one you put up for Victor and I when we were younger? Arthur brought me to it. I had not been there in so many years, the cobwebs in my memory blockading the recollection of its whereabouts. I've been wondering what happened to it. But there it was, tied to the old tree, slightly swaying in the wind above the overgrown meadows and the cattails creeping above the waterline. I was overcome with emotion at the sight of it all. I wonder if you were there, listening in on our conversation, what would you think of my precarious circumstance? What did you see in Arthur as a young boy that made you want to give him a home in our family? Would you approve of our affections towards one another? Would you give me the same advice Mother did when it comes to love? I wonder many things, but I suppose that is all it shall and all it will ever be. Sometimes I feel so alone, although I am never so. No, I am always surrounded by others who look at me with judging eyes, or in other cases with wanting eyes, but I search for the rare case of someone who cares, who truly cares. Will I be enough for that person? Will they want me the same way I want them? Is this torture in my heart what love feels like? The pain of wanting, but willing to lose it all for the other's happiness. How I wish you were here to share your wisdom with us. I would give anything. Loving you deeply, truly, and forever. Your daughter, Lydia. Will you read it again?
I think with that might be a good moment for us to take our break.
Ooh, yes. All right, with that, we will leave you to think upon things, and we will take a short break. We recommend refilling your tea. I'm certain there will be more tea spilled. And of course, we will be playing some wonderful fan art in between. And if you would like to send us fan art, you can tweet them at us at Rollfort. We would love to see those. And we will see you after a short break. to the Eaton Grange Estate, episode 10, part 2. And Haley, take us on the next part of this journey.
Yes. So leaving Lydia, we will move on to her sibling, Victor, who having just penned a letter to Arthur, has sent that off, only to receive a letter from Arthur a short time later. So Tyler, if you want to read that letter from Arthur to Victor.
I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Victor, I assume at this point you've been filled in on what happened last night at the theater and the actions I took. This was my actions and my actions alone, but I hope you recognize what led up to this. I do not like this fury I have right now, nor the painstaking road I have before me as I need to bring honor back onto my name. It is not my name, but my family's now, my parents'. Yet knowing all of this pressure that was on me already, I couldn't help but try to protect your family in one way I saw how in that moment. It is starting to eat at me more than you know. The amount I am realizing I haven't been able to discover my own life, my own real name, because I have wanted to do everything in my power at my own expense to protect your family's name and reputation. And for the first time, I find myself feeling like a child again, and worse so, at yours, your sister's, and your mother's mercy. I embarrassed you all trying to protect you all from the displaying of this play. I can only imagine how it ate at you after everything it took for you to come back here and seemingly try to make amends and earn your place again. I'm certain your heart was torn and cold when such was written, and yet you wrote it as a comedy and not a tragedy. That's beautiful, Victor. That creativity is not something that should be hidden from the world, and if your heart remains in the theater and writing, I fully believe you shouldn't give that up, even if someone else has to take credit. I realize now more than ever the pressure I am sure you are under, and why you left the way you did. But recall, that was your choice when things didn't go the way you had wished. Now, Lydia is stepping aside for you, for us, to figure this out. She asked me to see if my feelings towards you can change to that of a greater affection, and if they can mirror those in which you hold for me. My hand has been forced by the person who I only wish happiness for and who warms my heart with compassion and understanding. So what am I to do? I have to honor her wishes, so I leave it to you. What's your plan? What do you want to do now? Are we to decide this with a game of chance just as you did the last time you found yourself married? But do not forget the weight I now carry and what that means for my life moving forward. Not only the name that I am to be Duke, but the fight that is ahead to make it through not only the scandal I just created, but to fight through the past, that which I have no control of nor ability to change. This is my family's name I must save now. Duke or not, this is not something I can run from, nor would I want to. This pressure cannot overcome me in the way it did last night, and the question will become if you are the person who can stand by me and give themselves to another family's name and legacy. So what is it you want? And do you think you are the right person for the path that is ahead of me, Arthur?
I want to straight up play my monologue token on
If
Victor
you
after
didn't, I
receiving
was
that
gonna.
letter.
Whew.
In reading the letter, I think it takes some time before he actually picks it up. I think it sits on the desk and Victor just sits staring at it until finally picks it up and starts to read. Okay, Arthur, what have we to say? As he reads on, he goes, he's much more clever than I was. He understands the full weight and responsibility of his new life, the trials that he will need to face. I don't understand why he's asking me what my plans are. I have no plans. I've never had plans. And I can't help but to take the last part of this as somewhat of a challenge. If I could stand by his side, I've endured the wrath of our mother and of Milton on plenty of bad day. I have endured schoolyard beatings at his side and more. There should never be doubt that I could stand there. I could stand by your side, Arthur. If you were asking me if I planned to, in one breath you say that you feel powerless to our family, and then you give me this responsibility, this charge to decide what happens next. The answer will always be yes. Yes, I am ready to stand at your side. Yes, I am ready to endure the storm of scandal. I've prepared for it all my life. Do I think I'm the right one? I want to be. But I care too much for you to say that I am without assurance. So my plan is to be what I have always been, Arthur, your dearest friend. I stand ready to stand at your side whenever you ask, Your Grace.
Unfortunately, Victor does not get to dwell in his thoughts too long because there is a knock at his door and Tom enters. Lord Victor, may I have a moment?
Of course.
Today is the last day of Ash's trial, so it comes upon you to make your decision. Now, as I said last time, if you don't want to make it, we can make it downstairs. But it is your right to make such a choice.
Might I have a moment with the young man alone before we make such a decision?
Ash, my lord.
Ash, yes.
He's rightly older than you, my lord. And then he goes and gets Ash. And he'll leave you two to talk.
My lord, Lord Victor.
Yes.
How do you do?
I am doing very well.
Very well. Is that truthful?
No, absolutely not.
'Tis but the usual, my lord.
I'm supposed to put up a face, and I'm trying to be more proper. I'm doing a terrible job at it.
Well, you could fool me.
The position of a valet is yours if you want it.
Oh, Victor, if I may, could you think about that for a second and just make sure that you have Chauncey in mind?
Chauncey is lovely, very talented, and I believe has something inside that this house will not be able to foster. And quite honestly, Chauncey told me last night very directly that he tried to ruin my life. So.
Oh, Well, I appreciate you being direct to me about that. But if I could say something, yesterday, Chauncey showed up, if I can maybe direct to you, Victor.
I insist that you do.
Yeah, Chauncey did show up to the ball in splendiferous clothes, but with my friend, who happens to be my cousin, it's complicated. You think your life is complicated? It could be complicated here. Jeffrey George, my cousin, came to visit, and she gave him a fox fur coat. Not just any fox fur coat.
Where's Elwyn?
Well, no. Elwood is 100% completely fine. But I will say I was panicked at the time, and I was, however, I did. So yes, that sounds bad for Chauncey. I'm not trying. However, I did talk to Chauncey, and I really would like you to think about how you were younger and how you probably fought for your playwrights. Right? You fought, and you probably had that tenacity for it, right? Like that you would do nothing but get it. That is Chauncey.
I never needed to fight. My rival was quite untalented, but I understand the sentiment. Ash, the position is yours if you want it. And I mean that sentence and every word included in it. Yes.
I would say that I absolutely would love to accept it. It's not a however. I just want you to know that Chauncey would probably do almost anything for this job, and that says everything. I just want you to give one final consideration to Chauncey, if you could.
All right. I have made a string of awful decisions lately, Ash. And I find myself unable to trust my instinct. However, in seeing wiser minds prevail, I have learned that collaboration is the key to a successful venture. So I will collaborate with you. Ash, should Chauncey have the position?
Should Chauncey have the position?
Yes.
I will say this. Chauncey is almost identical to how my friend was when I was younger. Tenacious, spunky, sassy, all into a mix. And they were confident, and they would do anything that you need. And would you get some sass sometimes? Yes. But isn't sass something of human nature that you sometimes need to be reminded of? I will say that. Then
I think I have my answer, Ash. And thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. And I'll put in the very best word that I can for you. And if you could have my valet called up, I would like to have words with them.
I will gather them at once.
Thank you, Ash.
You've got it.
Tom is outside the door like, so? What happened? I think he was leaning towards you rather heavily.
Tom, well, I'm actually headed to get Victor's valet as we speak.
And Tom is like, what did you say? Because he was set on you, and you're the only one that could have changed his mind.
I was 1000% just truthful with him.
About what?
About the tenacity that is Chauncey.
Am I rightly hearing that you told him to pick Chauncey?
I heavily implied it.
If you didn't want the job, you should have just made it known.
I never said I didn't want the job. I was just being truthful. If you had two options, which one would you take? The one that probably brought you more life with a little bit of, well, if you want something, you'll get a little sass. And sometimes you need that. And I think out of anybody in here, the person that needs sass is that guy.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you tell him everything good about yourself as well? If you're being truthful. Did you give him both sides of the story to consider?
I don't think no, I think I was 100% Chauncey. But that doesn't mean I didn't want the job. However,
Tom knocks on Victor's door.
Yes, you're not Chauncey. Hey, hello, Tom.
My lord, it seems Ash made a poor showing of himself. So let me tell you.
Tom, you do not have to do this, Tom.
No, I do, and I insist upon it. And Lord Victor can make whatever decision he would like. But if I didn't say it, I would not give you everything that I owed you, Ash. You will never find a man more reliable, more stalwart, more loyal, who will not embarrass you, who will get done everything you need to get done, and more, and who will never complain about it a jot.
Very hard worker, wonderful conversationalist, and a fantastic
Also
drinking partner.
Better at all I'm saying, Lord Victor, is
I can never ask someone to do something that they don't want to do. Ash is perfect for the job. It would be, I would need to be a fool not to see that. And while I have done foolish things, I am not a fool. Ash is perfect for the job. But I think Ash is also perfect for so much more. And I, for one, look forward to seeing where they carve themselves out, what path they take. I think Ash's is a story that I will recount with keen interest. I think Chauncey, to Ash's credit, will keep me sharp.
I think Ash would have like a huge smile during that, yeah.
And I think both of these fantastic individuals have been trained by a master teacher, and we owe you a great credit for the work that you do in this house. Thank you, Tom.
flattery will get you nowhere, Lord Victor.
Doesn't hurt to try.
Can I spend a result of it?
So what would you like?
Oh, just this is the Countess's lunch walk down the halls, and I like to imagine that Tom and Ash just kind of stormed in a little bit, so the door definitely wasn't closed. It's not like the Countess isn't hyper aware of Victor's ongoing, so she is appraised of this valet conclusion.
Just for her to know what happens.
Let's see if she approves, because she gets the final say. And that token's going to go out to the ether because the Countess.
I think you can keep your token, and I'll tell you why. Because even though I feel like she does walk past and notice this, she really doesn't care.
I love it.
Savage.
This is not. She just can't care about these little things, and
She doesn't care for now.
for now. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here for it. Perfect.
And so I think she just like sees all of this going on, and then kind of like I think she'll call Tom over because she suddenly remembered something that she has to talk to him about, and like that leaves Ash to go off and get Chauncey when Tom was like mid trying to lecture Victor about something. Awesome. We might come back to Victor and Chauncey later if that's something that we do want to see.
Yeah.
I feel like it is. But for now, let's go downstairs where Jeffrey, having been not working in the household, has been able to sleep in, and is just now getting up and sees a note left for him by Ash. If you want to read that one.
Jeffrey, it truly does mean the world that you would visit me at the Grange. We have so much catching up to do. I apologize about my panic at the ball. It was just, my heart dropped when I saw that coat, and I thought the worst with Mr. Elwood. However, we are family, and that is something I incredibly frustrated about with myself, that my mind went there. Tomorrow, let's catch up and share a bottle or two with the finest scotch that's available in town, and catch up. I love to learn about what's new with you and your life. It's all good. Oh, it's good to have you back in my life, and grateful for your visit, Ash.
Jeffrey kind of looks at him and is like, yeah, should be grateful for my visit. Came a long way. He gets just of the day. And I think that he is going to try to find Arthur. I think by this point, it's sort of getting onto the middle of the day. What's Arthur doing in the middle of the day?
He's probably on this day, after all of the events that happened, actually going through practice training of fencing on his own because Pearl's otherwise occupied in London.
Mm-hmm. And he's probably got in his head some letters that he received earlier in that day. Mm-hmm. The first one was, of course, the letter that Victor wrote to Arthur before he received Arthur's letter himself. If you want to read that one.
All right, I had to pull it up. Dear Arthur, my friend, while I deeply appreciate your assistance, I can't help but feel as though my own foolishness has led you into these troubled waters again. It's clear to me now that my words to you were false. Duke is more than just a title. I cannot allow my influence to risk your station or your acquisition of all that is due to you. I would ask that you choose your actions more carefully and perhaps consider doing the same with the company that you keep. It is a sad day indeed, my friend, but I fear that our games have finally come to an end. All the best, Your Grace. Victor.
And the second letter that Arthur received came with a large pile of paperwork. And when he opens it, a heavy signet ring drops out. And on it is the crest of the Somerton Dukedom, a swan and a lion upon a shield. And with it, there is a short note from Pearl, which just says, "Congratulations, Your Grace." And then a longer letter from the lawyers in London. "Dear Duke Arthur Bed, it is with honor we confer upon you the title of Duke of Somerton. Please find enclosed the paperwork required to take full ownership of Crawford Park. Please note, the entail on the estate means it may only pass to your legal children forthwith. But there's also a great deal of capital funds at your disposal, currently administered by London Bank. Also find included your signet ring for formal correspondence. Should you wish to continue to use our services to administer your estate, you will find us most grateful. Calgary Lawyers, London."
I think as he reads that letter, he falls to his knees and starts crying.
I think I have a monologue token. Yes, please. Please, feels. I'm so sorry.
Can a character have two monologues in the same session?
No, are you
Good point. They cannot. So we'll have to find out what Arthur feels about that later. But for now, all we see is like a cut forward to his intense solo fencing practice. As he works off some energy.
We all want to know what that man's thinking.
And I think that Jeffrey like spots him in the grounds and is like, "Oh, He's like practicing fencing by himself. This is a great time to go and talk to him. He's not doing anything. He does very serious or very difficult. So he's sort of like, he will sort of like nod at him from a distance and then sort of to attract his attention, and then come over and give Arthur a deep bow and then say, good morning, Your Grace. I saw you last night at the ball.
Why are you calling me Your Grace?
Well, it's generally known, Your Grace. The London papers have printed about it and everything.
And you are?
Oh, of course, I should introduce myself. My name is Geoffrey George. I'm cousin of Ashbed.
Ah, I see.
We were great friends in childhood, Ashbed and I. Although I don't think I had the opportunity to meet you.
No. Ash and I only recently met at this estate.
That's a shame. You might have liked him as a child. He got up to all kinds of exciting and adventurous things. We had a lot of fun together.
I'm sure there's plenty you could fill me in on, but I do ask why you chose to approach.
Well, aren't we pretty much family? A cousin of a sibling of a cousin. Even though we're not blood related, we're family after all.
Of course.
Well, don't you see it that way, Your Grace?
I'm waiting for you to get to the point. Not to be rude, but perhaps if you would like to have a conversation, you could pick up a sword and practice with me.
All right. I'm not somebody who's had the privilege of a number of lessons, but I am self-taught and I don't think I'm half bad. And he will go like grab some sword from the fencing equipment, and he like won't bother with the padding unless Arthur makes him.
He would allow him not to and kind of chuckle to himself.
And then he sort of like, it's clear that he's I think when Geoffrey takes his stance, it's clear that he is not a classically trained fencer, but he's been in a few fights in his time. So he has some idea of what's going on with the sword.
Perfect.
And
Arthur,
he sort
obviously,
of says,
because he was practicing by himself, doesn't have padding on as well.
yes. And he is like, on guard, and he points the sword.
So you were saying we're like family, as Arthur pushes forward in the fight.
That's right. And we all know the things that family owe to each other. Parry. I mean, principally, I wanted to talk to you about Ash. He'll make his own push forward.
Arthur will, of course, parry.
He's had a hard life, you know.
He has.
Both his parents passed.
As
To
did
tell you
mine.
the truth, before his father passed, he went a bit weird.
Explain.
Well, he went a bit mean.
Mean?
Point. Well, I suppose that's Ash's story to tell. He'll sort of try a reckless push forward.
To which Arthur is going to disarm him.
Want to pay a resolve token for that?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, excellent. You can give it to Geoffrey.
There you go, Geoffrey. Have a resolve token.
Thank you. So his sword sort of clatters onto the ground, and he says, "Hey, we were halfway through. What's that about then?"
I saw an opportunity and I took it.
Brings the fight to a close early, doesn't it?
Isn't the intention to bring a fight to a close sooner rather than later?
Are we done then?
No, I would like you to continue conversing. I just think the conversation became more interesting than the fight.
All right. He's kind of annoyed, so he picks up his sword and kind of like aggressively puts it, like throws it back onto the rack. I was saying about my cousin Ash, that he's had a hard life.
And he became mean before his father passed.
No, his father became mean before he passed.
Oh. Interesting.
And Ash he just left, he did. 12 years old, no one to look out for him, all alone in the world. He's had a hard life, is what I'm saying, and he deserves a little help from his family.
Are you asking for his benefit or your own?
Well, his benefit, of course. Look at him, working day in, day out here as a footman. Can't even get a promotion to valet. Just working day in, day out. I mean, is that the sort of life you want for your sibling?
Is that the sort of life I would want for him? I believe that's his choice. In the conversations that I have had with him, he seems pretty happy where he is.
Of course, he'd say that to you. He doesn't want to rock the boat. He's changed so much from when I was a child, I'll tell you that. He's become a meek sort.
You know, there's an interesting thing that this household has taught me about people.
What's that then?
It's often when things tend to go in your favor, people come attracted to it.
You didn't know that before?
Well, I did. But I've never experienced it.
Haven't you lived upstairs here almost your whole life, eh? With all these people attending to you and serving you? Obviously, people who have money can do what they like, eh?
And people who don't understand the means that come behind the money also come asking for it.
Can I play Resolve token?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would love for Angus to walk up and just be excited to see a duel and be like, "Oh, is this a duel? I would love to see it."
With that, I will accept that resolve token if it is there are stakes made for who wins.
That makes sense. So I guess Angus comes up and asks if it's a duel, and Jeffrey will say, "Well, we were fighting, but His Grace put a stop to it. Shall we have a proper go at it this time, Your Grace?"
I would recommend you put the padding on this time if we are going to do so.
If I must.
I would insist. And I tell you what, if you best me, I will indulge your request. But if I best you, you will never reach out to me or Ash ever again.
Well, that's not very fair on Ash, is it?
Fine. You'll never set foot within 10 feet of me again.
All right, Your Grace. My company offends you so much. Let me duel then for my cousin.
Me. I think it's laughable how insistent you are about money at the very first meeting of somebody of my status. A status which I didn't know about until recently, and yet the instant I receive correspondence saying that I have received such, you arrive at my feet.
Well, you should know the Lady Lydia invited me.
I'm sure she had proper intentions of doing so.
Well, I can't imagine what she intended other than that I would be here and perhaps talk to people. But let's get on with it. You're just as self-important as I might imagine a duke to be.
Yes, I'm so self-important that I've been a sir my whole life. This will be fun.
Fight!
Guard them?
Fight! Fight!
I play a resolve token, so this starts to draw a crowd.
Oh yeah,
I
absolutely.
will absolutely accept this resolve token if it draws both Victor and Lydia.
I would also like Lavinia to see this.
I would like
Oh
to
my
add
God.
Ash as well.
Just everybody.
I think
all
this
the
could be a-
upstairs people.
A full,
Not even
like
a
a full
club.
spectacle.
Yeah, I'll join.
I'll accept if Ivy's there. We're gonna get everybody.
All right, fine. Bring everybody there.
I'll
Chauncey's there as
accept
well.
if Chauncey's
All right.
there.
Let's be real. I was not doing my job anyways.
Chauncey was probably not even far by writing or reading or something in a bush.
And then I finally, I could hear some clanging. It was finally Angus's fight, where they put their book down. Like, what? What's
I would like to
this?
make a note that Arthur does not put padding on.
Ooh.
Oh, Jeffrey won't put padding on if Arthur doesn't
Jeffrey's-
either.
Ooh.
Oh. Can I make a
Hold on,
resolve
he's
token
got-
that Jeffrey does?
Yes, please. Yes,
Sure.
please.
Bless
He'll
you.
put it on thinking that
I'm
Arthur's
using
gonna
all
put it
these
on,
as
and
tokens
then,
tonight, baby.
and then he'll be annoyed that Arthur hasn't put any on. You can just transfer that one to Jeffrey. And also Lavinia isn't going to be there. She's watching through a window.
Kidding.
So yeah, I guess that as they're preparing for the duel to start, they're probably doing it formally, which is why there's time for everyone to show up, and Angus is just summoned the other servants, and then Lydia and Victor have noticed what's going on as they sort of start the fight.
I think there's a crowd already, and Lydia's she sees her brother over there and goes over to see what he's gotten up to now, and then she sees that Arthur's in the middle of this and kind of looks at Victor and it's like, what is going on?
I think the first thing Victor says to Lydia is, "It's not me this time."
I thought he had enough of punching. I suppose stabbing is next.
What's Ash's reaction to seeing that Arthur and Jeffrey are about to fight?
Kerpluzzled. Just very perplexed. Just
Perplexed is
the
a
ultimate
word.
two, just one eye, cross-eyed, one-eyed cross-eyed, what? Just could not probably fathom this.
Excellent. So I guess with a cry, the fight begins. How do we want to resolve this?
I was going to use my positive token.
Yeah, positive tag.
Yeah, I'm going to use honorable.
Okay.
And so what is going to take place as far as that goes is I imagine Arthur plays to the crowd. I'll also play my charming tag. I'll use 2 positive tags. How about that? He'll play to the crowd, and in doing so, egg on Jeffrey a good bit, speaking out loud about, so how much money was it that you were seeking after from my wallet? How much did you say Ash was asking about? Or needed, since he had a hard life?
And I feel like I feel like Jeffrey's responding by saying, Ash, can you believe it? Your own brother wanted me to never speak to you again, eh?
Of course, I would leave that to Ash's choice, given the news of what is just occurring right now. Upon
And I
approach,
met.
the very moment that I received my letters of being a duke, and you come asking for money.
Monologue token on Ash.
Oh man.
Well played.
So if Ash isn't just hearing this, it would be ultimate confusion. He would hear everything that Jeffrey said. Could you believe that your own brother wouldn't want me to talk to you? And it would just be something in his head
Wait, what? Wait, they're fighting? Wait. This isn't just a play fight. This is a real fight? He'd probably say something like, okay, wait, breathe 1 second. And then he would hear the confusion that Arthur would say to it and just be like, okay, well, none of this makes sense. And he'd probably yell out, Jeffrey, what are you doing?
In that moment, I imagine Jeffrey would get distracted and Arthur would take advantage, disarming him and possibly tripping him to the ground.
Sounds like you might need a resolve token.
I'll use a
No,
resolve
that's
token.
our positive tag's already been used.
Yeah, I've used 2 positive tags.
So from my understanding, you use sorry, it's my dog. You use charming to sort of get the crowd on your side, right?
Correct.
And honorable to win the fight.
Correct.
I feel like since you use the honorable tag to win the fight, you have to win the fight in a way that is honorable. And I feel like taking advantage of his distraction probably
fair.
doesn't
That makes
do
sense.
that.
That
I'll
makes
play a
sense.
So
resolve token
maybe
if
the way
you
this
wanna
plays
not be
out
honorable.
is
There for you.
No. I'll decline. I want to keep my honorable tag.
I think
Yes.
Lydia leans over
Um,
to Victor and is like, wait, is that Jeffrey George? 'Cause she's like, what is going on?
I have no idea, but is this how reckless I've been?
Oh, brother, far beyond.
Should we
Uh,
stop this?
I think Lydia gives you a look like maybe. I don't know.
So I feel like we see that moment where Arthur could have taken advantage of Jeffrey being distracted,
And he holds back.
but he holds back. And then like Jeffrey's like, aha, you missed a vital opportunity, and kind of like takes that moment to like to push back against Arthur. And while he's I think yelling to Ash like, you deserve better than a brother like this, Ash. And he's trying to rile up Arthur, but obviously not doing a very good job of it.
Mm-hmm. I imagine Arthur just quickly parries and counters and ends up like in a position to where he's holding the arm of Jeffrey as he has his sword blade where would indicate victory.
Could I ask for a resolve token? Okay.
You have many.
Could Mr. Elwood run up just maybe slightly before victory, but just like full bark to the point where like probably someone's startled, right? Because loud noises, and then, maybe Ash following up quick, yelling after. And I will use a double resolve if this is cool. Could something up to you go astray?
Like
What do
you
you
want
mean by
Ash
that?
to get hurt? or
No,
something? Like
not
in the midst
Ash,
of it?
not
Oh.
Elwood. No, not anybody but Elwood. I'll
Okay.
play 3 resolves for that. But not Elwood, just something goes.
What kind of bad thing do you want to happen?
What do you mean by
Yeah.
that?
It could be sand in the eye, stabbed.
I would love a good stabbing, like a non-lethal.
Okay.
I-
the thigh.
was also
the
gonna
you're,
play
you're,
with-
you're saying that something happens to Arthur which causes him to overextend and injure Jeffrey. Is that what you're saying?
Or do you want Arthur to get injured from
Or do you
Don't
want
put this on
Jeffrey
me.
to
Don't put this on. I just
You're
let
playing
the
the
thing out
token,
there.
my friend.
There's an indication.
If you want to
Yeah, there's
spend
an
those tokens, you
indication
got to
here.
make those decisions.
I was just putting it out there.
It makes sense that Arthur would be stabbed because Jeffrey's wearing the padding.
It would make sense. I will go with that.
It's so much more dramatic that way.
And I
Yeah.
feel like Arthur had claimed victory and stood there, and then Jeffrey dishonorably
Oh, I like that.
stabs him.
Yeah.
Like he takes
yeah.
the moment to.
Just not Mr. Elwood.
I feel like okay. All right then. So just one resolve token. And yeah, so I guess that the Arthur like puts his sword where it would be victory, but Jeffrey's wearing padding, and so the moment it doesn't feel like the end of a fight to Jeffrey. You know what I mean? Like he's not gonna stop and be like, "Oh, I concede because you have touched my padding with your sword." That's like, and so he pushes forward despite the fact that the fight is over, and sort of like, I think he would cut like Arthur like along his shoulder. I don't think it's a
Not a
problematic
severe thing.
wound or anything, but it does cut his shirt. It does cut his shirt. And then he'll say, "Ha."
You lost, Jeffrey. And in doing so, you even showed that you lost even more.
It was clearly a draw. Looks at the crowd.
Boo, Jeffrey! Boo! Oh,
Jeffrey, what have you done?
I think Lydia kind of starts stepping forward and kind of like moving people out of the way and is like, all right, everyone, go back to your work. You two, this is over.
I already saw that it was over. Jeffrey may have your blade. I will put it away for you.
Jeffrey will obviously storm over and put it away himself. All right, this is over. He's shaking his head.
What on earth are you two doing?
Protecting my brother, Lydia.
His Grace here challenged me to a duel.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
And protecting him from what? Isn't Jeffrey his family? Isn't he your family? To some
Ash,
extent.
would you like to join this conversation for a brief moment?
I do apologize about Elwood and the barking, Miss Lydia.
No, that is not the problem here.
Ash, do you know why Jeffrey approached me?
I hope that it was in good sport of just a friendly duel.
Jeffrey, would you like to inform him of what you...
I'm not
Talk to me
ashamed of
about
it. I'm not ashamed of anything. Yeah. I came here to tell your brother that he deserved to recognize you as a person and treat you as you deserve to be treated as family. Because even if you are too timid to step forward and say what it is you deserve and what you told me you wanted, I'm not.
I never asked anything for anything, and that's not your place to go and ask anything of anyone. Jeffrey, what the...
Mr. George, that is not a way you speak to any gentleman.
Like what? Like reminding them about people in their life who are important and who they seem to ignore, despite the fact that they're serving them every day?
I don't think...
Jeffrey, I've had this job since I was able to get everything on my feet, and I owe everything to Tom, and I will not have you ruin anything.
I'm not ruining anything. And I didn't start this duel.
You injured? Oh, Arthur, how do you go and stab someone and say, I didn't do anything?
Why was he choosing not to wear padding? Why did he make me wear it? He wanted to make me look like a fool and look like a bad guy in this situation. That's how the rich manipulate things. What did Victor say, sorry?
He said, yeah, why wasn't he wearing padding?
Because I was not concerned about losing.
Well. I tell you what, Ash, if you want nothing to do with him, I would stand by you. Because he truly knows how to look down on people.
Arthur has never looked down on anyone that I've met, and that is the honest truth.
And Mr.
Jeffrey,
George, I think that you're out of place in what you're saying. And when I extended my invite here, it was for you to meet with your family, not to disrupt it.
All right. I see when I'm not wanted. I tell an outsider's truth. I'll be on my way.
Could Ash walk Jeffrey out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeffrey.
He doesn't respond.
For consideration of the gamble, I'll call it a draw.
He just sort of snorts as Ash is seeing him out. Let's cut forward to that conversation. I think Jeffrey has his stuff and he's going to go stay in the village.
Oh, sheesh. I guess maybe it's something to do with like knocking on Jeffrey's guest door, or he would be in the bedroom of Ash's, so knock there just to make sure he can come in, and it would be Jeffrey,
I know that you're leaving, but could I have a moment with you? Just 5 short moments.
Can have as many moments as you like.
Jeffrey, what? Like, I can't tell you how delightful it was to see you. Like, you are the closest thing to a brother that I've ever had. And I haven't seen you since I was not even a teenager. And you come here, and I was delighted. But you fought Arthur?
Okay. Arthur challenged me to a duel because
And
he didn't think I had the right to speak to him nor you.
about what?
About what he owes to you and what he doesn't seem to see. All those things you told me the other day about what you want.
What, me being a bum on a lake with Mr. Elwood? That's nothing anybody can give me. I just want to be able to work hard and save up enough money to be able to do what I would like. That's nothing anyone owes me.
I think Jeffrey just shakes his head. You're letting all those things your father said get to you still. You deserve good things, Ash.
I would appreciate if you keep my father out of your mouth. I have nothing but love for you, Jeffrey, but that's not something that you talk about.
I'll be on my way then.
Solve token. Say his father's name one more time.
Jeffrey's got like 12 result tokens. He's accruing them all. I want to check with Kyle about that.
Oh,
How do you
sheesh.
feel about that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Everything is fine with me. Oh yeah, I'm definitely fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Then Jeffrey will say, your father, Ash. He started all this. He's the one that caused you to change from who you were. He's the one that brought all this misery, all these questions into your head. Why you're so worried about everything. I saw it with my own eyes.
Ash would probably just shake his head and he would just say, my father's name is Tom. I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm going down to the village. When you want to talk about how things really are, come find me.
You probably won't see me.
Then I'll be gone in 2 days.
Safe travels. Can I play a
Yes.
resolve token for like Mr. Elwood to yip him out?
You don't need to pay a result token for that.
That just feels appropriate.
Just
Yeah.
the most annoying. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's like, Dad's upset. I'm upset too.
Yeah. And Jeffrey just gives us the fox like a look of, just shakes his head at this fox and then like makes his way out with a very bitter look on his face. Walks down the long driveway because he doesn't have a carriage, so he's going to be walking back to the village.
I imagine
Whew.
Ash is walking back to the group as Lydia and Victor are probably talking to Arthur right now.
What's going through Ash's mind is like literally what I was thinking. I was like,
I wanted to play a monologue token, but I already used mine.
well, if anyone does, but I would gladly share. I think you'd just be like,
I think you've already done a monologue.
Yeah,
oh,
we
shit.
just
If I may say, I'm just probably like, he's probably just like, this guy's trying to make me lose my job. What the frick? Like,
gosh, what do we want to see next after that?
How was the upstairs? How are they dealing with the Like this was a scene.
Yeah.
Yesterday
Yeah.
we had Mr. Beddington I can't remember his title, Duke Beddington punching out the theater person, Pothos, and then now we have this like epic duel where it was a draw. Like what will be what is spoken of? What's the temperature on this?
I
Sure.
think. Oh, okay.
I was just gonna RP it with you two if you wanted to.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
It makes
Yeah.
sense that everyone else goes back to work because Lydia was like, go on, get back to work.
I have a quick question. Is Arthur hurt or just his clothes have been torn?
He's bleeding.
Oh, you are bleeding. So I was quiet, like Ivy's quietly out there watching while all this was happening, would probably go inside and get bandages and start tending your wounds essentially, and then not getting in the conversation. And then once that's resolved, go back to work.
Arthur would
I mean-
if you approached him with bandages, would kind of just tell you not.
That might be a good opportunity for the Arthur and Ivy scene. So maybe what's happening is that like Ivy's gone to get bandages. We'll see the conversation with Lydia and Victor, and then we'll come back to Ivy and Arthur after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
I promise you, it was not my intention to incur violence, but it seemed the only thing is the manner that Jeffrey would have liked. He was upset when we were practicing that I disarmed him so soon in our conversation, but the conversation was interesting. But he was asking on behalf of Ash for money. What family owes family, claiming to be family.
Still
he's-
doesn't.
Oh, go ahead.
This guy.
Well, he is family to Ash, but that is not a proper way to go about things.
And if you're gonna do it, just put on the pads.
It's merely a scratch. I'm not even worried about it.
You're bleeding.
And it will be tended to, I'm sure. But the fact is, and the part that's ignored is I just received, and he'd pull out the ring. I am a duke now.
As you should be, if that is what you want.
It's no longer whether I want it or not, it is what it is.
That means that your life holds far more value than you're accustomed to treating it. So the next time you decide to get into some manner of fisticuffs or a duel, just kind of shoves the pads at Arthur. I don't care if it's a scratch.
Also, there are going to be far worse people that you're going to duel with, who are probably better at fencing.
Of course. But it proves the point of what I was warned about.
I'm sorry.
Next.
When I invited him, I only had the best of intentions. I thought that you and Ash could meet another family member. Ash
And-
spoke about him the other day.
I do not blame you, Lydia. You did something that would benefit my brother. And it seems now the entire house shall know that Ash is my brother, and that...
Yes, and I assure you, after a punching, a stabbing is not going to make Mother happy.
At least I was the one that did the honorable thing this time.
Yes.
I'm starting to wonder who was the bad influence on who, Arthur.
It's funny you would say that. Either way, do know that it was merely a matter of circumstances, and I sought the duel as the opportune moment that they wanted. That Jeffrey was asking for. My intention was not to defeat him in a manner that would be harmful, but merely to showcase their true colors and their ambition and where it falsely lies.
It is
I'm not my
unfortunate.
title. And I would ask you to not treat me as such. I'm still Arthur Beddington, even if my legal name is Arthur Bed.
Well, I think things will change for you and for us. As much as you wish it not to be.
Regardless, I think it's probably, with this news, an announcement party must be planned.
Well, we all know how much Mother loves parties.
It'll be a small gathering.
Literally,
very
Arthur says that at the
small
same time
gathering.
as Victor.
Good. And we'll leave them there. We'll cut forward a little bit when Lydia and Victor have left and Ivy is returning with the bandages.
Arthur is probably putting stuff away as Pearl would like, as Ivy approaches.
Mr. Beddington?
Ah, Ivy. Or should I call you the lady in the red dress?
So you did... you're bleeding?
Oh, yes.
Antiseptic and bandages. How did you know?
Well, the dance gave me some perspective, but Chauncey has a big mouth.
I knew you were smart enough to probably figure it out, but Chauncey has a way of confirming a lot of things people already kind of know.
I also think Chauncey is going through correspondence.
Yes, I believe they told me they went through one to, read one of your letters to me, without my knowledge.
But I will say they were insistent that they didn't harbor the same feelings you have for them.
Yes, they made it very clear last night. Just friends.
What is it you want?
I don't know anymore. I had a conversation with Lord Victor about finding my purpose and my dreams, and so I've been thinking about that quite a bit.
Is that why you came to the ball in that dress? Is that why you sought me out?
Perhaps there was a familiarity with you. To dance with Mr. Beddington at a ball.
Well, I'll have you know I'm a duke now.
Do I call you Duke Beddington then?
No, I prefer you just call me Arthur.
Oh no!
I will
You
not
shocked
call
Noir
you
so
anything.
The timing was so good.
The timing was really smooth. We're good though.
Oh gosh.
Well, if there's a new title I need to start using.
So sorry.
Was that on purpose? Because I have to know.
No. No, it was not. I have no idea why that happened. My power just flickered out.
And boom.
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious though, because it was
like the
perfectly
perfect
timed.
timing in the scene.
It was like, nope,
like, "I'm
Victor
out."
doesn't want to hear it. I'm out.
I suppose congratulations are in order.
Yes. But again, my question is why?
Mm.
You risked everything to attend that ball, and trust me, I'm not going to share the news with anybody that would compromise your position at this estate. But
Thank
I
you.
need to know why you would choose such a risk.
I think with a lot of thought lately, I'm not very happy with the trajectory of my life. And it's quite boring. It's the same tasks every single day. And I had an opportunity to try something different, be someone different, even for one evening. In retrospect, it was a very foolish thing to do, but I don't regret that I did it.
Did you get what you wanted out of it?
I have a memory now that I can revisit. But nothing will come of it. It's a fantasy. It's something from a page of a book.
Are you talking about me?
You have many people interested in you and your future. I am not someone who has a chance.
You lower yourself. Why?
It's the way things are. It's the way things work. You are to be betrothed to someone of your status. I am not that status.
Speak plainly, Ivy.
You confuse me, Mr. Beddington.
And so it seems I confuse everyone that I encounter.
I have watched your relationship with Lady Lydia ebb and flow, and you have confided in me quite a bit about it, and I would never dream to be a person to get in the way of that.
Is that for consideration of your own heart or for consideration of Lydia's or mine?
Well, consider this as well. It's not so unclear that Lord Victor also seems to hold feelings for you.
Yes, he does. But I'm not asking about their feelings. I'm asking about yours.
I don't know how I feel because I wish that someone would just sweep me off my feet for once instead of chasing after others. And I don't want to fight with others to try to win your affections. If that is plain enough.
Did your heart flutter? Excuse me. Did your heart flutter at the ball?
Of course.
Did you feel a wave of blush?
Yes, especially when you kissed my hand and then I rushed out of there to get back downstairs to clean up the mess from the ball.
Was it as if poetry was written in the air?
I have always felt that you and I have seen things a bit eye to eye, but we are from different worlds. Poetry is something you and I both speak.
And yet the one thing you know far more than I is the feeling of love.
I have felt many have tried to tell me that love is something I don't think it is, though.
I would like to offer a resolve token for Grace to see this. I actually specifically I would spend her devoted tag since I think she's coming to check on Arthur after the fight, and she sees that Ivy is already talking to him. I don't think she's going to overhear like much of this conversation, but she gets the vibe of the way they are talking. Would you accept that?
I don't know who that would go to.
Yeah.
Because that's like both of us.
Yeah, I know. It is.
I have a lot of resolve tokens, so Arthur can take that.
It would affect Arthur more in regards to status.
Yeah.
So, then, if I can ask, if you figure out what it is you want, do tell me.
But what is it that you want?
Weirdly, I feel like you're the first person to ask, but at the same time not, because Lydia definitely has as well. I want what my parents seem to have had.
Same. My parents, yes, to some might seem just like dairy farmers, but the way that they smile at each other in the kitchen, I want that. After a long day's work.
You know, my family didn't want to give me this dukedom. And now that it's mine, there's no way of removing it. But that does not mean that I have no choice in the matter of where I go. At the end of the day, the most important thing to me is to discover what it is within those I care about's hearts.
I have yet to tell Chauncey, and I have yet to ask Lady Lydia, but I will probably be leaving the estate.
You found something elsewhere.
There is a job opportunity. It pays more, and it's a higher place downstairs.
I understand. But do think on these words. If you do hold affections for me, don't lower yourself. We are all the same at the end of the day. We all have wants, desires, and needs.
It's a bit I want Grace to overhear. And at this point, she's standing close enough that they can both see her also.
Yeah. I know too many people that step aside for the sake of their heart. Arthur has gotten a glimpse of Grace.
Let me take care of that wound for you. And Ivy starts like, if you let me bandage the wound.
Oh,
I also need to stitch this. So tonight, if you put it outside of your door, I will grab it and make sure it is stitched up for tomorrow.
Grace, I imagine you could stitch this up. At least you did when I was younger.
You need a valet.
It's my job. Grace has so much to do. I can just stitch it.
I'll do it, Ivy. It's fine.
Ivy gives a look to Grace, just kind of, nothing like telling, just a look of like literally just a look of, I don't even know how Ivy's feeling. So it's probably just a confusion of, did you hear anything? Do you know? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I think Grace says, Ivy, let me finish this. This wouldn't be the first time I've done this for Arthur. Perhaps I'll see you at dinner.
Yes, of course. Very flushed in the face, just makes one last eye contact with Arthur and then quickly scurries off to the kitchen.
And Grace will start bandaging Arthur and be like, stop moving.
You really have an opportune time of showing up, don't you, Grace?
What are friends for? And on that point, what the hell are you doing?
You wanted me to meet Ivy.
It's different to meet someone. Meeting doesn't sound like the conversation that you had.
And yet...
And this is going to sting, by the way.
That's probably just wincing as you do that. That doesn't mean... Listen, Grace. Lydia has spoken plainly about what you guys had. And that you, again, refuse to allow me to step aside. I only want people to fulfill what it is their heart directs them, and to speak the truth of their being. Whether I reciprocate or not is none of the matter. I want them to be true.
That's total nonsense, Arthur. You're speaking complete nonsense. I don't know what has happened to you. Yesterday you punched somebody, today you challenged someone to a duel, and now you are speaking complete nonsense, and you know it.
Whether it's
Screw
nonsense
your
or
head on
not.
straight.
Just because
I
I'm
can't
a
believe
duke
I'm the
does
one
not mean
saying
I'm-
this to you.
Yes, I know. But I find myself perplexed. I have a home now. 2 to be exact, because I actually feel a part of this estate now, this family. And now I have my own estate. But why not push people to pursue what's in their heart, Grace? Why?
Because you are goading them into a dead end, and you wish them to do things that are painful for them in order to then let them linger in the horror of their and uncertainty of their own feelings, Arthur.
At least then they would have given a shot to something instead of ran away like a coward.
Very nice. Well done.
Grace, I'm sorry. But what is it that you can ask me to pursue the person who I do hold affections for, but that you, my closest friend, love? And don't act like you don't.
There are things that one must place before one's own foolish affections, especially if there is no intention to go anywhere with them. Lydia and I are impossible. Wouldn't say that out loud. You know they are an impossibility. You know that, Arthur. That is exactly what I am saying to you.
Then you would want me to propose, like I would hope to do.
It would make me very happy to know that you would have somebody like that by your side.
Would it? I would
Yes,
feel...
it would.
I would feel as if I have betrayed you and our friendship in its entirety.
This is the thing that you are always doing, Arthur. You are always ignoring what people are literally telling you and deciding to do something else because it is what you imagine people would want in your mind.
So you're saying you would not feel betrayed or hurt if I did pursue and marry Lady Lydia?
The fact that two people once loved each other is not a death knell to them ever pursuing affections with anyone else.
Once loved? So you're over it?
You don't get a say in my affections, Arthur. They are as they are, and I have told you what I would wish. Then she draws the bandage up really tightly, like...
Does Arthur know Grace is leaving the estate? I think she had said she was planning on it, but I can't remember.
No, actually, he doesn't know that yet.
Okay.
But she is about to tell him,
Okay.
I think. I think she's going to say, whatever choice you make next, and I hope that you will go to Crawford Park. I might not be here to look out for you, and you need someone to do that, Arthur.
I'm blessed with an array of what I can call family at this estate that would do so. Even the Countess.
I think I'm going to go to London. I've yet to
On a
decide what
trip?
I'm... No, I want to pursue something. I have been looking into options. I'm considering apprenticing to a solicitor. I've already tendered my resignation.
So you would leave?
Arthur, you've never worked downstairs. You don't know what it is like. And unlike most of the people who work here, I have the benefit of a very good education and a decent sum of money I have saved. Enough for my mother, and I could earn more were I to take on a proper profession. And it is too complicated for me to stay here.
You know I'll support you in whatever you see to be what you want. But I can't say I won't miss you.
Well, it'll be some time yet before I go. And I hope you will have me as a guest at Crawford Park.
You are welcome anytime.
I'll take you up on that offer so often you'll start to get sick of me.
I highly doubt that. You could be in the house and I probably wouldn't even see you.
I know where you'll be. I know your habits. And I feel like that might be a good point to lead them, unless there's anything else you want to add.
No, I think that's good.
Okay. I feel like a good place to go next would be Victor and Chauncey and the valet position.
So Victor, if you maybe like on our way back inside, after this dramatic display of swords and argument, you've had time to talk to Arthur, and Chauncey's just like looking busy, as he's often wont to do. And so like in one hand they've got like their book and a quill, and they're cleaning a window outside.
You know you don't have to do that, right?
Oh, Victor, I'm working. I'm not writing.
No, you're not. What are you writing?
Well, sometimes I find it useful to kind of figure out my feelings through poetry. It helps. For a few years, I don't think I was really expressing my feelings.
Oh.
So I would write them down, but turns out if you talk about them, they're less likely to be so intense.
I can relate.
Does that make sense? Yeah, you could relate.
Well, can I hear what you've written?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. It's definitely not about anybody, and it's platonic, and I feel like that needs to be said because I've been accused of not.
Everything you need to express, I'm sure you'll express through your work.
Okay. It's I think I'm gonna wait for. It's titled "The Valet and the Housemaid."
Ah.
But again, not
about
nothing,
anyone in particular.
No. Just sorting through feelings.
Yep.
See the writing of the valet. He thinks he's angry at the disarray. He finds it hard to see the theater. Overshadowed by his writing, his heart teeters. Who is that cleaning near the red dress? I think she'd like to leave all of this awful mess. She believes herself a simple housemaid, strong, capable, and yet she was still betrayed. Her love filled the rain clouds high in the skies, and no tears were shed aloud from those dark eyes. Like evergreen leaves, she brings a feather, a fox, a book, and us together. The journal holds the past. She is the present. He fears a future that he cannot prevent. The valet shivers inside the Hartford estate. Evergreen leaves cannot wait. She will leave with no more reflection, and he will have to answer for all of his deception. Yeah, it's just like a rough draft.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful, Chauncey.
Thank you. It's not actually. I lied. It is about me. And Ivy.
Really?
Yeah. Was it that obvious?
You mentioned the estate by name.
Oh, I should. Oh, but it. Yeah. No, that's that one's on me. Last night, Ivy and I talked like friends, like not like I've been treating her awfully. It's kind of embarrassing when I reflect upon it, but I haven't really reflected. It's easy to not reflect sometimes if you just have your nose in the pages. But
most people can go their entire life without a moment of self-reflection.
Yeah. Well, that poem kind of summarizes that we've been together, we've worked together, but I understand that this might not be the road for us. And I've hurt her. I've made Ivy feel terrible. And I am so sorry. And I think I have consequences. By the way, Victor, why are you here? I'm sorry. How can I help you?
What right do you have to the word us in reference to Ivy?
None, honestly.
How can you fix that?
I've apologized, but I think I've done a lot of damage to our friendship. Like a lot.
If you were her, how would you want somebody to fix it?
With a dramatic display of...
Keep in mind who your target audience is. That's the first rule of writing.
Let me write that down. Target audience. Okay. I don't know. I might have to ask.
Does it hurt?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I still have more windows to clean though.
The windows look fine. I can see through them. They're doing their job fantastically. And there'll always be time for you to clean this mess, but you do have another mess that you are running out of time for, Chauncey.
What'd I forget?
Ivy, Chauncey.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought maybe I forgot.
Well, I understand you friends with Pathos. You're not used to colorful language. It's okay.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, I should go talk to her.
I think at that moment Tom walks past and says, Chauncey, there was a disruption.
Oh.
You did get told, right?
Disruption, like the fencing dueling challenge.
We're calling it a disruption.
Disruption, right? Not any of the other words I use. Disruption, right?
Anyway, and then he takes the window cloth out of Chauncey's hand. You don't need to clean the windows anymore. We'll get a new hole, boy. Congratulations in that. And then he bows to Lord Victor and walks off.
Is he mistaken?
No.
Is Ash okay? Oh no! Did Ash lose his job? No. What is Ash? Is Ash alive?
One problem at a time, Chauncey. Ash is fine. I'm certain of it. There's no finer head on any finer shoulders in this place. I can assure you.
I don't understand. I really wasn't meant to. I wanted this. I wanted this so badly, but didn't I fuck it all up?
Oh, extraordinarily, yes. But Chauncey, I'm Lord. And wouldn't you say I fucked that all up too?
Colossally?
I think we're a fine fit. How about this? I work on doing better. and you work on doing better as well. And we'll meet somewhere in the middle.
Yes, I'm gonna have to ask you for a big favor before I've got to talk to Ivy. I have to do that now, but I also have to make it up to Ash because I might have. I'll tell. I gotta. Thank you, Lord Victor. Thank you.
Yes.
It's like a bad bow where he's like trying to walk away.
I think Victor's gonna put a hand on Chauncey's shoulders. Deep breath, one problem at a time, and remember who you're talking to. It's about what they want, not what you want to say.
Okay, I have an audience. Ivy is my audience.
You have an audience.
That's a brilliant way of thinking. I've really only thought about my own perspective. This is gonna change everything.
And last thing, you try to ruin my life, I will end you. Have a good day.
And I think we'll leave them in that excellent moment. But speaking of Ivy, I think we need to see Ivy and Lydia.
Ooh, okay. And I know Ash wants a scene with Ivy as well.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll probably do that next.
Could this be during one of get ready with me's with Lady Lydia?
Get ready with me.
I couldn't think of what it would be getting dressed for the day.
It's your scene, so you tell me what you think is best.
Maybe this time Ivy would come to your room at a time that you normally don't see her, and a knock on the door.
Oh. A little confused by who it could be. It's clearly not Mother. Kind of motions for them to open the door. Oh, Ivy.
Am I disturbing you?
Oh, not at all. What can I help you with?
You will notice immediately Ivy's like wringing her hands. I had a question for you.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm quite nervous.
About?
I received a letter this week from my aunt, and there is a job opportunity somewhere outside of Eaton Grange.
You see the disappointment on Lydia's face. Oh, not you as well.
It's not that I don't want to be here. There is a higher pay, and my family could use the money.
And what if we were to offer you higher pay?
The position is a bit higher status as well. If I could get a good recommendation from you.
Right. Is this what you truly want?
Have you ever been given an opportunity or a decision rather, that you feel like you don't have a choice in making?
Oh, many.
It almost feels like I would be foolish to not consider this. More money and higher status in the house. This place feels like home. I don't really look forward to starting over.
Well, if there was anything I could do to make you stay. Well, is there?
Do I know how much the Baroness will be paying?
Approximately, yes.
Ivy has like a folded piece of paper that has like maybe the job description on it. And
does it say?
It does.
Who it
It
is
would
for?
say the
Okay.
Baroness. Ivy takes it out and unfolds the information and hands it to you, so it has the amount of money, the position, and who it would be for. This is it.
Catherine, must she have everything?
I know she's a good friend of yours.
She is. And you would probably quite enjoy her company as well.
It feels odd to ask or even be considering this, but I suppose if I could make comparable money, but I know that's a lot to ask.
I suppose that's not quite my decision, but I could speak to my mother. But it is your opportunity, and I will let you know, Baroness Catherine Taylor is, well, as much as I would be envious, I think you would enjoy working for her.
I have been struggling with the thought of leaving, but I would lie if I didn't say it sounded exciting to be in a new place. I don't know if it would be good for me.
And nothing is keeping you here.
I think many things could keep me here. But I feel as if I owe a duty to my family to care for them and provide for them.
I understand that. All too well. Whatever you decide, if you would like me to write this recommendation, I shall.
Perhaps I will sleep one more night on it. I just didn't feel right not telling you that I was considering it.
It is understandable.
I have enjoyed our time together. In a way, I feel as if I know maybe I shouldn't say. We are sisters in a way.
I would like that.
I don't want to keep you from what you need to do, but I will let you know in the morning.
Very well.
I would continue to wring her hands and then give you a nod and make her leave out of the room.
Yeah, when she leaves and the door closes, Lydia just kind of like sits down and looks deflated, and she's like, "Is everyone going to leave?"
Oof. Have you played or have you used them received a monologue token yet?
I believe I have.
Ah, dang it. Okay.
Didn't I? I feel like I did.
Yeah, the conversation.
We played a lot, so I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I used
We're
mine
doing
on
so
Lydia.
well on the monologues.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we will go from there to Ivy and Ash.
Miss Ivy, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear you at first. I was a bit distracted.
No worries. A lot has been going on the past couple days. I don't know if you've heard, but Chauncey is the valet for Lord Victor.
Oh, what? I did not know that. Are you all right? Are you upset?
I'm great. I'm great. No, I really don't have any qualms. I think that me and Miss Elwood talked it out and we are A-okay.
How did that happen? Did Victor
No, it was,
let you down easy?
Let me down easy. No, he told me I had it. And then I was like, well, think about Chauncey. And then he was like, no, you have it. And then I'm like, think about it. And then he was like, all right, Chauncey it is.
So you gave up the position so that Chauncey could have the valet position.
If you think about it, they are a match in heaven.
It could get quite...
A writer with a writer prodigy.
Ooh, that is... I didn't even think of it in those ways.
Think about it, yeah. And so who am I to stop that?
Ivy's going to look at Ash and almost in astonishment. How do you do this to be so kind?
How do I do what? What? Well, I will say this. I will agree with Chauncey with one thing, and that is I probably need to get rid of this wig.
The curl is very you.
I think after multiple uses, the wig is not as it was.
When you wash it a lot, it starts to lose its oomph.
I think next week I will be probably wigless.
Are you all right also after what happened earlier. I mostly observed. It was a lot to take in.
I will say that. I will not. What are the kids calling it these days? Trauma dump. I will not trauma dump on you.
Yes, but I am. Did Jeffrey leave, or is he still here?
Jeffrey is neither here nor there.
Is he dead?
No, he's definitely alive.
Oh, I didn't. Yes. Well, I'm sorry that your cousin is gone.
It's not your fault at all. It was an awkward situation, and it was something whether someone that sorry, Mr. Elwood is a little excited. I feel like it was a situation where they all of a sudden came to my aid when they thought that I was related to someone that happened to have money. And that is, well, from the time that you've known me, I really do not care about. I just want to be able to create my own happiness and do me after that.
Have you found any of that happiness since we last spoke?
Since we last spoke, what was that? Since we last spoke was a dance, but did you receive a letter of any kind?
I did, and if you look over at like her side table, it's still folded like neatly on her side table.
So you read it?
I did. Thank you so much for it. It made my morning.
Oh, thank you. You made my night.
You would see like Ivy's cheeks turn a little bit rosy. We did a pretty decent job at the dance. I feel like we didn't mess it up.
For 2 left feet and right 3 feet. Wait, is that even how you say it?
I think that it seems like we're making our own saying.
Indeed. I think we did all right.
Would you, have you eaten?
Mr. Elwood and I have not.
Would you like to have dinner with me?
When?
Now?
Sure. I would love to.
I think I can put together something in the kitchen, and then Mr. Elwood,
it has to be only if it's the simplest. Right, Mr. Elwood?
There should be some leftovers, Miss Pan. I know it's a bit later, but it's been a busy day.
It has been a day.
Well, we could even, maybe we could put together a picnic.
A picnic? Where to?
I would like to play a resolve token for Mr. Elwood to accidentally trip Ivy and for Ash to catch her.
Oh my god.
Sweeping her off her feet.
Tyler, you read my mind.
Yeah.
101 Dalmatians is?
I mean,
Yes.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, Ash is down for it. Only if Mr. Elwood is.
That resolve token is played.
It goes to Elwood.
Elwood gets it. So you can tell that Ivy's flustered and stands up and brushes her dress off. And then as she's walking, like, I imagine Mr. Elwood's like dancing and running around her feet and just trips.
I do apologize. Mr. Elwood has not ate today, and that I think is his, second infraction.
So as I'm falling, like, how does that, like, what happens?
Oh, I think it would be more so like Elwood probably catches that. I'm thinking maybe even like on like the silliest thing of just like the last piece of Elwood's foot catches your ankle, and it's just like that awkward catch off, and it happens to be that serendipitous thing of just like, oh, whoa! That you know what I mean, like this.
Yeah. And then
like
your eyes lock.
Oh, there's a moment.
like a beat.
You're holding her.
moment.
Her feet are no longer on the ground, Ash.
Swept
Yeah.
off the ground.
And then all of a sudden you hear Berlin. Da, 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 da. No, just
Ivy's speechless. Thank you.
I do apologize about
I adore Mr. Elwood, and just in Ivy's stomach, it's like all the butterflies. Like, oh, shall we go get some dinner?
Dinner. I would love dinner. Wouldn't you, Mr. Elwood?
And then just very like quickly head is like trying to get herself together and heads to the kitchen to prepare a meal for the three of them.
And we'll leave them there. And that's also where we're going to end our session today.
Oh. It's perfect. All right. Well, I don't want it to end, so if I never hit end, will it not end? Next.
Like right before you said this was the end of the episode, I was about to play one last resolve token.
Ooh, what were you gonna do? What do you want to do?
I was gonna have Chauncey witness Ivy getting swept off her feet.
Oh, she.
See,
Ooh.
I'm gonna decline that.
Oh,
that's
I
the
like
first
that.
decline. I've never even seen a decline. Oh my gosh.
I think I call this character growth.
I just want to say it took all the way until the third to last episode for a decline of a resolve token.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't think we've really had one before. But
gosh.
I'm kind of with you on that. Like, let them have their adorable moment.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they both desperately deserve it.
And with that, we will end episode 10. I can't talk.
That is my favorite number now.
Tevin. 10.
Tevin.
It's 11 years old.
I'm getting my next sentence mixed up. And we will be moving on to our penultimate episode, 11, next week. So I'm sure things will heat up and you won't want to miss that. Of course, first and foremost, we want to thank all of you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. And, obviously, if you did, you can support us over on our Patreon, which is our Roll4 Patreon, where you can not only support our cast, but also you get cool stuff in return, like our monthly recap that's coming out, NPC name submissions, so you can submit names that will come up in our campaigns, and we will have new letters coming out this Friday, which I'm sure are about to get even spicier, moving into our next episode, which is our second to last one. And of course, you can subscribe to us right here on Twitch, which gives you access to our videos in advance, as well as access to some of our emotes. And you can become a YouTube member, which will give you access to some of those emotes as well. And if you have one or all of the above, you get access to our private Discord, where you can join us and have discussions and talk about all the juicy goodness. And of course, we understand not everyone can support us monetarily, so if you cannot, take care of you and yours first and foremost. But you can watch us live right here on Twitch next week, as well as make clips, which you can only do whilst we're live. You can also go watch over on YouTube, subscribe, like, and comment, and follow us on Twitter and Facebook, liking and sharing and retweeting all of those things, and leaving us a comment. Those are all ways to make the algorithm roll for it. But last and not least, we would like to thank our lovely sponsor, which is Roll20. If you watch our Thursday show, you probably see a lot more of that in action, as this game is not really a game where we need a map or anything of that sort. But if you've ever been curious how we're making those maps and doing all of this fancy stuff with our rolls and whatnot, that is how we do it. But I would also like to let you know where you can find these lovely people, because not only are they amazing, our peers here on Roll4, but they do a lot of amazing stuff on their own. So we're going to kick it off to our one and only facilitator, Story Brewers first. Haley, where can people find you when you are not being, oh my goodness, like the best instigator ever? People,
so you can you can find me at Story Brewers or Story Brewers Roleplaying around the net, and you can head to our website, which is storybrewersroleplaying.com, or you can just Google Story Brewers Roleplaying or Good Society, and you can find this game and many other games that we have created. So if you enjoyed it, head there and check it out.
All right. And the Noir Enigma, where can people find you when you are not being restrained. Who is this?
No, right? Catching strays. Hi, everybody. I'm Noir. You can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I'm the community manager for Evil Genius Games, and our Kickstarter just ended.
Awesome. And of course, next up we have B. Zelda. Where can people find you at when you... Oh my goodness. I don't know. You're taking
How
us
do you
on
even
constant roller
describe?
coasters. Yeah.
So when I'm not playing this kind of character, because Chauncey's a lot, and it's been fun. Thank you everybody for going
We
on
love
that
Chauncey.
journey with me. You can find me on Twitter as @B_Zelda. I am a podcaster, member of the Broadswords, host of Anime Attaché, TTRPG streamer, community manager of D&D Adventures League for a little bit longer, and then I'll be doing some bigger and better things.
Ooh. Just like Chauncey getting valet.
Ooh, getting them promotions.
All right. Next up, we have Kyle Blessing. Where can people find you at when you are not being the nicest being? I feel like that's just the constant thing.
That's the
happening.
constant.
Yeah.
YouTube, Twitch, TikTok at Blessius, Twitter at Kyle Blessing, and Instagram Blessius Plays. Thank you guys.
Yes. And of course, we have Play Katie Play. Where can people find you at when you are not falling into other people's arms?
Literally, Ivy's been waiting to get swept off her feet. So, yes, I played Ivy and for a minute Percival today. I'm Katie Peters Plays. I stream at Katie Peters Plays on Twitch. On Twitter, it's Play Katie Play. I podcast. So just follow me those places, and then you can keep up with the shenanigans that I do. The end.
You were unsure of that for a moment. And of course, last but not least, we have, Apocalypto 12, who, I feel like you're confusing everybody. We all want to know who the heck is Arthur betting? That's actually where
Wow.
we're gonna send this. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
That's the first time we made that
Where
one
can
because that
people
was
find you at?
fire.
For me, right now, the best place to find me is on my podcast, Go My Favorite Sports Team. It's a sports podcast, but it's not for sports people. It's directed towards those that don't like sports or don't know sports and might be interested in how sports run rampant throughout the world and involve our social life, like language. We have a whole episode on that. But you can also find me on Twitter and social media everywhere as Apocalypto_12. That's APOCALYPTO_12.
All right. And of course, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do a lot of tabletop RPG stuff. So if you want to see more of that, I play a variety of characters, including a siren next Tuesday. So you'll definitely want to tune into that. And I make video games and games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, which you can find at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And I'm also working on the next edition of Witches and Spellcraft, which you can find the original over on DriveThruRPG, and the next one is going to be the advanced version for all of you who want more rules. And with that, we are going to go record an after show, which you can get access to through our Patreon. And we will see you next week for what I'm sure is going to be a very grand penultimate episode.